back. We're back doing the show like we do sometimes, occasionally. I'm like in every other week as a schedule. And then it's like on off weeks it's like, "Oh, sometimes maybe there's a little surprise stream on an off week if I fucking feel like it, fuckers." Okay, I'm sorry. But yeah, we're doing it today. We're doing it right now. I'm gonna do a call-in show. You'll be able to call in. The topic today is mental illness, because I got a feeling that the audience has something to say about this, either from personal experience with their own mental illness or people they know, their friends, their family. I think a lot of people have experienced something, some sort of, even if it's just like some crazy person walking down the street. Tell me about that. We can diagnose them. Or if you don't have personal experience, you just want to shit on mental illness, that's fun too. Or champion it. Whatever you want to talk about, as long as it's vaguely related to mental illness. It could be personal experience or just your personal opinions. Because isn't it a matter of opinion, really, mental illness? I mean, it's a real soft science, ain't it? The brain. It's like we're trying to figure out with our brains how the brain works. And, we try. We do, we try a lot. But we don't know fucking shit. We don't know shit. Somebody probably does, but I don't know shit. I don't know who's mentally ill. What about this? How about this for a fucking crazy thought? Mentally ill thought? I don't know. Is it perchance the world that is ill? Is it maybe the fact that we live in a society that makes us ill? Oh, that's a question someone's going to answer tonight. Especially in these times of Corona, Everyone's acting crazy. It's normal to act crazy now. So, what does that mean for mental illness? Also, it's hard to speak about it super generally, as I like to speak about things. I'm definitely a generalist. Excuse me, one more. Because there's a spectrum. There's a lot of different kinds of mental illnesses, and with each one, even there's a wide range of illness, how ill you are. There's like a lot of young people on TikTok, I guess. This is apparently some internet trend, is to self-diagnose yourself when you're like 15 with a mental illness, and then you wear it with pride. But it's really just like an excuse for your bad behavior. Just like, yeah, I'm a fucking cheater. I can't hold down a relationship. I can't talk to anybody without lying to them and betraying their trust within 5 minutes because I have a mental illness and it's not my fault. But that's children. I feel like eventually people get to a point where they're actually interested in improving their mental health. But when you're a teenager, I think it all comes down to just like, look at me, whoa, I'm not like you. I have a mental illness. I'm not just a jerk. I've got a problem. And if you can't respect that, then whatever. But, and I remember doing that too. I feel like a lot of people go through this point in their life of just like when some amount of self-awareness hits, you maybe do have some moment of reckoning where it's just like, what is wrong with me? What is wrong with me? Why am I like this? What happened? This happened to me, and when I was a teenager. And rather than really examining what happened and trying to correct it, I just go on Wikipedia and like search all the different mental disorders and like, oh, I've got some of that, I've got some of that, I've got some of that. I'm just super fucking crazy. It has nothing to do with anything except that just I looked at this and I display the symptoms. Anyway, I'm not bashing all of that, diagnoses and stuff. But I've had bad experience with it. I've talked to I like talking to counselors, people who are like the least trained, have the least like the smallest degree requirement. Because those are more to me like most like just the normal people who you can just talk to and have a semi-normal conversation. When you start talking to psychiatrists, the people who are like the MDs, it's like their whole job is to figure out how to medicate you. And so like it just adds this whole weirdness to the proceedings. It's not like therapy where you're just like talking and you kind of get as much out of it as you put in. And you also got to get paired up with a good counselor, someone who can somewhat relate to you in some way, or you can relate to them. Something. There's got to be some sort of connection. But with a psychiatrist, that doesn't even matter because it's just like, what are we going to put in your body to stop you from being so fucking crazy, you fucking lunatic? And I've had nothing but bad experiences with psychiatrists for that reason. It's always just like, oh, try this. I was like, oh, that's not working, try this. That's not working, try this different medication. Yeah, there's going to be side effects for each one of them, but that's, whatever. Anyway, that's just me personally. Obviously, it's very different for very different people. I don't want people to think, because I speak very generally, that I'm saying that, like, your problem is the same as mine. I'm not speaking for you. I'm speaking for me. I shouldn't have to say that, obviously. But, yes, when I'm speaking, I speak for myself. Anyway, we are going to get calls coming in a few minutes here, where we'll talk to people about this, get some different opinions. People can speak for themselves. It's a lot more interesting than whatever is going on here. I was gonna check here to see if the boys are around to chat with, but they are not. I'm the only boy in the boys' room right now. So we're gonna skip the boys for this one, but they'll be around later. There are boys around. They're just it's early. I'm not mad. Whew. Maybe we can come up with like some mantras today. That'll be part of our mental illness discussion. It's talking about how we can, what kind of relief we get, how we get relief from our mental illnesses, how we soothe ourselves. There's all kinds of different methods out there. CBT. Is that what it is? CBT? It's not cock and ball torture. It's cognitive behavioral therapy. That's like a method. I remember that. Hey, I remember this shit. Okay, anyway. Hey, the music from this stream is all coming from what the hell's her name? Tobo Kagao, which is some person somewhere in the Eastern Isles, and yeah, that's gonna be all the music on the stream today. It's coming from them, some chiptune stuff. The link for all their music, their Bandcamp shit, is in the description of this video. Also, the little animated HUD you're looking at on the screen here is from Slouch. Slouch is this very talented animator. His channel, his YouTube channel, is in the description of this video. He's got lots of great videos. If you have not seen them, definitely check them out, because Slouch is so good. Oh yeah, just a little quick opening thing today, because I guess I don't have much to say really. I want to get other people's opinions. I want to probe. I want to probe the mentally ill and the mentally ill adjacent. So I will be back in like 5 minutes, 6 minutes or so. I'll put the number up on the screen when I'm coming back, and we will start taking calls. Cool. All right. See you. Okay, let's do it. You can call in now. You can call in. The number. Anybody can call in. The number's on the screen. 518-288-7938. I got a call right now. Who's this?
Call from
Cody.
Was it Cody or
to
Kelly?
accept press.
Was that Cody or Kelly?
Cody.
Okay, Cody, what's up, dude? How you doing?
Not good.
What? Not good? Are you ill?
No.
Are you sick?
Well, I'm actually physically sick. I think I might have COVID, even though I never leave the house. I think my mom brought it home. But, yeah, I don't know.
Fucking bitch. Sorry.
So recently, my dog died and my dad's house burned down because California is such a hellhole that it's just on fire all the time.
My God, you're in the fires?
No, my dad lives up in Grizzly Flats, or he did. Well, he still does. He still has the property, but everything's burned down, dude. It's like something out of Fable. Just like where there once was a community is now ash.
Jesus Christ. What can he do about that?
Well,
So you just have to
he
start
wanted
over?
Yeah, he wanted to build like one of those evil triangle houses to like replace it, but the insurance people said it has to be like the house that was burned down, which is stupid because like the new house, the evil triangle house is like modern and easier to build and just better in every way, but they're like, no, it has to be what it was. You can't improve. You can't move forward from this.
What do you not like about the triangle house? Why do you call it evil?
It's, well, you know, triangles are evil.
Is that like some
I don't know.
occult shit or something? Like the
Yeah,
pyramid?
that's basically it. Dude, cults, they like edges and they hate curves. That's all I know.
Are you willing to stand by that? There's no like if a spherical cult
Yes.
emerged, they would not be a cult. They'd be a good thing.
No, I would be right depending on what symbols they use, because symbols have power. That's all words are. Words are just symbols for whatever. If someone's being all uptight about English, they don't know anything. They haven't seen the right symbols in their mind.
Sure. Okay. All right.
I didn't have anything actually prepared to talk about this time, so I just wanted to talk to you.
That's okay. Hey, this is some serious shit. You got maybe COVID. Your mom maybe gave it to you. Your dad's house burned down. This is a stressful time in your life.
Yeah, Walter passed away. He was like my
Who?
buddy for 13 years.
Who?
My dog, Walter.
Oh yeah, I even forgot about that. Jesus, there's so many things. Your dog. All right, so is your dog for 13 years?
Yeah. We don't
Childhood?
really. Dude, we don't need to talk about this. I don't know why you brought it up.
All right, Cody. Whoa.
Have I talked to you about the lizards?
Take it easy. Tell me about the lizards. Tell me.
Man. They
Come on.
fucking run everything.
Give me the good shit.
I'm sorry, dude. I shouldn't have told you this. Now you're going to be... Dude, I'm on a watch list and you're on a watch list. What's going to happen is they're going to combine now. And for that, I'm truly sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm used to being watched. You know, this is what this stream's all about. Paranoia. Wait. So what about do you have a personal experience? Like, what about like your family? You know, are they normal? Are they normal people? You always had normal friends, or the people who are off, or are you off?
I'm a total freak, and everyone in my life is a normie, and I kind of am at a point in my life where I like envy normal people. Like, being able to maintain relationships is such an underrated thing.
Is that
Like, I've just kind of... Oh, go ahead.
Is that why you consider yourself freakish? An inability to maintain relationships?
I think it's just probably some kind of brain damage caused by isolation at this point. Like, I remember the other week you were talking about how, like, you're kind of free from society, what society thinks or whatever.
Did I say that?
Yeah, you're like, it doesn't have, like, an effect on me, so I'm just, like, you don't care about getting, like, embarrassed or if people think something shitty because you don't care. And I feel like I kind of have that for a different reason now because I've just been isolated from people. But you know what? Growing up, here's the thing. it's not that shitty because growing up, I had like low self-esteem. So like I had good friends and bad friends because I've always been kind of weird. So like if you're funny, people want to talk to you. But I learned at some point that it's better to have no friends than to have friends that like lie and steal from your house and try to fuck your girlfriend.
Fake friends.
Yeah, like you're better off being alone. Like if it really comes down to it, you should be like alone and isolated because like having friends like that make it harder to move forward in life, especially if they rip down your self-esteem too. The lizards. I gotta talk about the lizards.
They're friends that are possessed by the lizards that are doing that. They have the evil inside them. Wait, have you ever had good friends though? Ever?
Have I had good friends ever?
In your life?
Yeah. I mean, right now I have a few.
And you're
like,
keeping in touch
we go
with
to
them?
church and stuff.
And you're keeping in touch with them at church?
Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, I probably could. Well, I'm also 28 is the thing.
Okay.
So, like, at a certain point, you don't really get to do all the gay shit you used to do with your friends. You know, you don't get to have little sleepovers unless they're too drunk to drive home. Or if they have, like, families, that's always going to come first, and that's okay. I don't, like, want someone to smoke pot and play video games with me if it means not watching their kid or something. You know, that's ridiculous.
So are your good friends are normies, as you said?
Yeah, now at least.
But you had what kind of crazy friends who were the bad friends? They were crazy?
Yeah, and the thing is that they were usually really charming, which sucks because someone can have like a cool personality and be like fun to hang out with, but also just like not have everything there mentally. Like, you know, some of those friends, they're really cool to talk to and like funny, but it's not worth it if they like steal from your house and like start rumors about you and try to fuck your girlfriend and all this other shit, you know?
When these things were happening, because now you've referenced them twice, so this is what we're into now. When those things were happening, were you thinking to yourself that maybe my friends have a mental illness that is causing this, or were you just thinking like, wow, this is some fucking jerks doing all this shit to me?
I think their childhood definitely factors into it every time.
Mm-hmm.
Like almost always, I think it's because their dad wasn't around, so they had to like develop they had to develop certain survival skills earlier because like they were the man of the house, despite being like 13.
Yeah.
Or their parents just taught them some backward stuff, like with some of the women I knew that were just awful. I feel like mental illness, but also it ties back to childhood and your development.
What was the kind of messed up stuff that they were learning? Like they got like some really just like cruel advice from their parents or something?
You know, recently we were bitching about therapists in the chat just a little bit ago, and
Yes.
What you just said reminds me of this friend. When I was going to community college, she was telling me that she told her therapist that she felt ugly,
Mm-hmm.
like she wasn't a very attractive woman, and they were like, "Why don't you try being a man? You're probably meant to be a man."
Really?
And I'm like, what the fuck is this therapist doing? Like pushing their agenda onto their patients? That's horrible.
That is
What if I was a therapist and I was like, you just need to be red pilled?
I mean, that would be cool though. Like I'll be into that. It's like maybe. That's kind of concerning. Like someone says that they're not attractive, and it's like rather than go with the line that's like, you know, society's view of women or anything, they're just like, well, why not just take society's view and like really, really, really get into it and make yourself a different sex.
Well, that's the thing is that is society's view now. It's better to like, you know, change your gender than it is to try to be your gender more. Like, you know, if she was like, oh, well, I was thinking about maybe, you know, getting a makeover or something to be more like a woman. Oh, that's awful. For some reason. I don't know. I didn't want to get into all this political stuff because it's
This is
It's awful.
juicy
I think it's
stuff.
like
This is for
inherently
the
meant to divide people.
The first call. We're getting into the juiciest content available.
The lizards! I keep forgetting to talk about them.
How do the lizards figure into this? Do the lizards want us to change our gender, and why?
Well, here's the honest truth. I just like the lizard term.
Yeah.
I mean, in real life, most other people you talk to, it's probably just a metaphor for being a Jewish. I think that's what it is most of the time, is like, oh, they're the lizard cult. They're those people.
A secret race
But-
of shape-shifting Jews.
Yeah, but I like the idea that you go down to the Capitol building, wherever you live, and you go, fuck you, and you throw some water on like a random politician, and there's a 50-50 chance that their like plastic human shell starts melting, and they go, see them. And then like some men in black dudes just fucking take you out.
Yeah, you ever see those videos of like George W. Bush blinking his eyes sideways?
Holy shit, that sounds awesome.
Yeah, there's lots of lizard content out there for those who are.
Shit, that sounds like it justifies my worldview.
Absolutely, and you don't have to like dig any deeper than just the YouTube videos on it.
That's good.
All right, well, this is some good shit. I do kind of want to get into this more, but you know, you seem a little standoffish about getting into these heavy topics. I don't know. What do you think? Do you want to talk about this more, or should I just let you go?
I'm willing to answer. You know, like, it seems like every time I call in, I confess to some horrible sin. So if you have more questions for me, I'm totally for it. I've been meaning to ask you questions every time I call, and I never do, because who fucking cares? I got one real quick, if you don't mind.
I'll give you one. Go for it. Do it.
Okay. So this kind of benefits you.
Mm-hmm.
And any women in the audience listening might want to also listen too. So, like, what in a woman physically would give them extra points compared to other women for you? Like, what do you like?
What do I find attractive in women?
Yeah, whether it's like hair color or like a behavior pattern.
My God, what a difficult question. I think a woman showing. Well, hold on. I was about to say any woman showing interest in me would really boost my the favorability score. But I think that's wrong, actually, because I'm thinking about the woman in my past who have showed interest in me, and that usually turns me off them entirely. So I guess the answer is a woman that hates me for some unknown reasons. Like it'll really stick with me. It's like, why does she hate me? What did I do? And that's like a way to trick me into liking you, is if you hate me.
You know, I had a stalker and I dated her and she lost interest.
Oh.
I think she expected me to be like, oh, what are you doing? But I was like, hey, baby.
Right.
And
she was wanting to be wrong, in the wrong.
She wanted me to be prey.
Yes. That's pretty
and I
hot.
wasn't into it.
What?
It's sometimes, I guess. But, you know, what I actually like is when someone is legitimately attracted to you. Because if you're dating someone for any other reason, that's fucking bullshit, and, like, your life isn't worth it.
Like if they like you, if they like how you are, that's not good. It's just they got to be really fucking want to bone you really bad.
They have to be, yeah, well, that feels good when someone's legitimately attracted to you, as opposed to, like, you know, if they're playing a game because they need a ride or something. Like, that's something so terrible that you almost don't think it's a possibility until it's happening.
That's happened to you?
Dude, there's so many women that are just like full. Have you been on Tinder recently?
No. I've only been on one Tinder date ever.
Yeah, I've been on a few, and I got catfished more than once because, like, they're so deplorable that they're going to use a completely different picture. But yeah, there's just a lot of manipulative people where I live, and again, it ties back to the survival thing, where, like, if someone is fucked up, you know, they might have a nice personality, but they're doing everything out of survival.
Are you
like,
saying,
you know, they're charming your
like
pants off because they need a place to stay.
Are you saying that, like, the personality part is, like, easier to fake?
Yeah, totally. It becomes a skill. It's a survival skill for some people out here.
I think that's pretty true. I mean, but it's only
Probably where you
fakeable
live,
for
too.
some amount of time. You'll find out eventually. And if they, I mean,
Yeah.
if they're gonna fake it for their whole life, then it's fine. Like you never have to deal with the real version of the person. Just always, if they can keep up the facade, that's a great thing, right?
Yeah, but the problem is with these specific people is that they were doing it simultaneously. Like they were
With
smiling and being charming while stealing.
Oh, okay.
So
Was this
like
happening
really
with
there's no
women
variation.
too? I was thinking that this was man friends that were stealing from you. Was it woman?
No, women too.
Oh,
Like
man.
I'd be like, yeah, we can smoke pot, and then they'd like think they'd get stoned and like steal my pot in front of me, and like I'd have a higher tolerance. So I'd be like, what did you just do? Well, it looks like you just stole my pot. And they're like, no. I'm like, okay, well, I don't even care. You're not even worth the energy.
God damn.
Yeah, it sucks. It makes it harder to meet new people.
What is it about you, Cody, that makes everyone want to take advantage of you?
Is that the impression you get?
Well, it sounds like you had a long period of time where people were just taking advantage of you. Why?
Yeah, I guess that was too nice.
It's too nice.
Yeah, like I did have good friends, but because of my low self-esteem, I wouldn't hang out with those ones. I'd want to party and do drugs with like the shitty ones because I believed myself to be shitty.
I see.
But yeah, if I could do it again, I'd probably hang out with the people I thought were lame and tell the people I thought were cool to fuck off.
Which is eventually what you made it to, eh? As a 28-year-old?
Yeah, and I'm sure I'm not the only one who learns dumb shit the hard way. Like, anything I complain about, everyone in chat can probably complain about worse.
Yeah.
And that kind of bums me out knowing you have fans that are way cooler.
Cooler in the sense that they've been taken advantage of in worse ways than you?
Or, you know, they just got their shit together and figured out things faster.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I invited you to my house, but I thought about it. I was like, man, he could hang out with like a cool fan that would probably go to a bar and like be a wingman and help him get laid. And I'm like kind of not cool.
No, dude,
So I feel bad.
I'm the wingman. I love playing wingman. That's like my favorite pastime. Just hype up my bros. Cause then I don't have to think about what I'm saying at all. I just say whatever. Like anything dumb I say gets ascribed to me, and then everything cool I say gets ascribed to my bro who I'm hyping up. Wait, so you're the guy in Sacramento? Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Sorry, I have a hard time remembering names until late in the conversation. But now I remember.
Or
you,
say
Cody.
something really fucked up that you remember.
I remember. I know what you're going to say. I don't want you to say it, actually. I know what you're going to say. All right, Cody, hey, this is a good chat here. We're going to leave it here, though.
All right.
All right, hey, it was good talking to you, man.
Yeah, I'll talk to you another time and stay safe, man. World's
All right.
crazy.
You too, man. Good luck with all your goddamn shit there with your family. All right, yep, bye. Good. Okay. Long one to start. I'm gonna tighten this up a little bit here. But Cody, we've heard from Cody in the past, a couple different times. Man's been had to deal with some shit. We have all had to deal with that same shit, I think. Well, not all of us in the exact same way, but you know, makes sense. People get taken advantage of. That's a good thing. That's a thing that mentally ill people are good at. Not all. I'm speaking about a specific portion. It's the manipulation. Why is that? Why? Does it have to do with like people who are overly aware of how social dynamics work, and it makes them crazy? Are they crazy because they have too much of an understanding? Oh God. Why aren't these calls coming through? Google, you're such a piece of shit. I see the calls. They are coming in hot and fast, but none are ringing. All right, I'm going to call this person. Hello?
Hello?
Yo.
Wait. I called you,
Yeah,
then I
dude,
hung up.
I called you back because Google's it's showing me that people have
Whoa.
called, but it's not sending the calls to me. So I took
I'm sorry,
matters
this
into my
has
own hands.
completely thrown me off. All
Okay,
my
wait.
preparations completely out of the roof.
That's okay.
Um,
Take a moment. Take whatever you need to do. Yeah, exactly. Sing a song or take a deep breath, whatever you need.
Okay. That's mental health relatedness, right?
Who's
You know what I'm
this?
saying?
What's your name?
My name's Mason, and I've
Mason.
called in once before.
When?
I called in during the addiction stream,
Ah, okay.
and I talked about how I like candy and I like junk food, and I started working out, and I've gotten addicted to that, and how that's a good addiction.
Is that still going on? Are you still addicted?
Well, since then, I think I talked to you about like how I'm worried about trying something like weed or alcohol because I don't want to get addicted like habitually.
Mm-hmm.
Since then, I've tried both of them, and they're both pretty great, but I haven't gotten addicted. So I have a pretty good relationship with them right now. I'm not dependent or anything, but I'll have it, and if I want to chill out with my friends or whatever, or if I want to have fun. And I've started college, so now I can't afford to eat food all the time. So the food addiction's been curbed by a lack of financial resources.
Yeah, what's your meal plan like at college? Do you get meals or do you have like a just an overall balance?
I have an overall balance thing, but I chose the cheapest option because I don't have a ton of funds to pay for college, so I just chose the cheapest one, and I get like $10 of food money a day.
Oh,
So
wow.
I have to spend that very carefully. So I've been eating like one meal a day, sort of, but it's been a big meal. But I'm also been exercising, so I've been getting pumped, and my mental health is on the rise, baby. I'm doing good. I'm doing solid.
Hell yeah, that's great to hear. You got like the college gym you can work out at now?
Yeah, I got the college gym. I got a college girlfriend now.
What?
And it's yeah. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah. No big deal, but yeah, it's pretty it's pretty cool. And like the last guy was talking about, the most attractive thing by far is if they are into you. I know you have different opinions on that. You love it when people hate you, but for me, someone's into me, it like goes off the charts for me in terms of attractiveness.
Is that how this sprung up? You and your current college GF? Was she into you? Were you into her, and then she was into you? What's the order of events?
Let's see. I think it was when I texted her at one point and she didn't take like 3 days to respond.
Mm-hmm.
Then I said, that's a little weird. That's abnormal. So then I texted her again and she responded pretty quickly again. And then I think we played a board game once. Then I invited her out to dinner and she said no because she was busy that day. But then she said, like, she jumped on like, no, but let's totally do something like tomorrow or whatever. And then we worked out together. Yeah, she goes to the gym.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And she's like really
date.
buff, and I'm really into buff women.
How
and
buff
then,
are we talking? What do you mean exactly? She's got big muscles.
She says her genetics just make her gain muscle super easily. Like, she doesn't lift weights, but she has like a really good musculature.
Okay.
And for me, that's like A+ tier for me.
What are her genetics? What genetics?
I don't know.
Give you great muscles all the time.
I wish I knew. She just says it's just her genetics. She just does like cardio and stretching.
You don't know like her background, her heritage.
She's half Filipino and half Japanese. That's all I know. So maybe there's like an ancient. I don't want to be old school here, but maybe there's some ancient Asian secret related to muscle gain.
Okay.
That I'm missing out on.
Good. All right, she's got one of those
I'm over here busting my balls.
She's got one of those ancient Asian bodies.
Mm-hmm.
Which is
it's crazy to look at, and it's so it works.
Dude, how long
It
you
works
been
for me.
dating now? How long you been in college? Wait, is this?
Been in college for like about a month now, a little bit. I started in summer. I did like a few, like a short summer class.
Okay.
And we've been sort of dating for like 2 weeks, but it wasn't like one of those things where you talk for a long time and then you start dating. It was kind of immediate and it was cool, you know? And it's really refreshing to be in a relationship where you're not like, all right, what's the dealio with this, you know? Like, what's the situation? It was like pretty explicit pretty quickly. And that was really refreshing.
Tell me again, because I don't remember. Is this like
You don't?
your first
You don't
year?
remember me?
Is this your first year of college? Are you a young man?
I'm a very young man. I'm a freshman studying economics. I'm a young bud.
So this is not your first relationship?
It's kind of my first actual relationship where it goes on for a continual period of time instead of like having like 2 dates and then it's over. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
This is the real deal. You're actually dating each other. You've maybe even said like we are dating each other and not other people.
I held up my fingers, like my index finger, and I said, "Are we?" Then I joined them together into the number 2, and then
Like
she
a
nodded
magic
her head.
trick.
Yeah, yes, it's sort of like you know that game where you like
Right.
what's it called, sticks? Yeah, it's like that where you like combine it into one number, and that's what I did.
Dude. And so so you're on the same page then.
Yeah, we're
That
on the
sounds
same page. And
that sounds incredibly healthy.
It is, well, at least so far. Maybe, I don't know, maybe there's some underlying tension there. I don't know. But yeah, stuff is feeling good. I'm feeling comfortable about my body, which is new for me. Studying economics, which is the coolest thing ever. I hate to be like the like one positive guy calling in, but yeah, things are going good.
That's okay. We can handle some positivity every once in a while. All right, but but now that you mentioned it, let's get into the negative stuff. Let's figure out what's wrong here.
Oh shit! All right.
All right. The last guy was talking about how people who are extra charming and stuff. That's sort of like that might be a bad sign. People who are so good at maneuvering in social situations, like that might be a sign that they're trying to take advantage in some way. Do you ever think of that with this girlfriend of yours? Like maybe I like her so much because she's crazy and she's trying to take advantage of me?
Okay, well, if it is a facade, it's totally working, and I'm totally on board with it. Because it's better to be like fake loved than not loved at all, you know? Because if you're not loved at all, you're just like, well, yeah, this sucks.
Right.
But if you're fake loved, you're bought into the manipulation. But I think a really healthy thing that not enough people do is like be explicit, but not be like rude about it. So like, for example, if someone asks you if you want to go somewhere, you could say, no, but if you want me to go with you, I'll want to go with you. You know what I'm saying? Like, because in that case, it's more of like you're more clear as to like why you're doing something with someone. Does that make sense?
Like it's about honesty, like rather than just saying, yeah, sure, I'll do it, and then giving them the wrong idea.
And like, or like if you're talking about your interests with them and you just agree with them on everything and you just become like a yes man, then that's not a real relationship, right? That's just like a facade that you're putting up so you can be with them, you know, whereas in reality you should be not rude about your opinions, but upfront about them. And like, cause then otherwise, if that's the case, then that relationship is genuine. So it has a stronger foundation. This is coming from having one girlfriend so far, by the way. This is my wisdom.
How common do you think that is with just like people you know, where like in the opening stages of a relationship, just going out, like where you feel like they are just like in appeasement mode to just try to progress the relationship. Is that something that you think happens a lot?
I think a lot. Yeah, I think a lot of people fall into that trap, and then later on they kind of discover that they like that their relationship isn't genuine, and it kind of falls flat, if that makes sense. Whereas if I don't know, I guess
eventually
if you
get tired. You eventually get tired of just like being not you, right? I mean, eventually you have to get to a point where it's like it's no longer worth it for me to pretend that I'm not me.
Yeah, it's also a lot easier to be you than not be you. It's very difficult to not be you for an extended period of time. Like that's why, like for long-term stuff, like when you'll see someone online and they've been doing something for 10 years, people are like, oh no, it's a troll. If it's really long, and especially for stuff like streams where you're constantly on the air, it can be extremely extenuating to not be you, you know? So
Sure.
yeah.
Yeah. I feel really it's easy for me to be honest on these streams because I don't feel like I'm not trying to have sex with any of you, you know? Isn't that part of the issue? No, I mean not yet, but isn't that part of the issue where it's like there's just if there's something else, there's this evil ulterior goal, this motive where you're like, I just have to like be good enough for X amount of time, and then I'll be able to satisfy my dick.
Well, there's probably ways to put percentages on all these motivations. Like it would be dumb to say that personality is everything, because looks are pretty cool, you know? And like being attracted to someone is very important. And having sex is awesome. So it like all these things factor into into a relationship. But if one of them falls flat, such as your personalities aren't there's not a true connection there, then it could like lessen the relationship by like 40% or something. I don't want to put percentages on all these, but
you just did. You put an exact percentage on. I was going to ask you, what 40, do you think? What do you think is more 40%. Important? Like so wait, 40% was looks or personality?
40% is personality. 30% is looks.
What's that last 30%?
The last 30% would be like how clean their room is or something. That's the foundations of a relationship. The room is really gross. That's a 30% deduction. Right, if everything else is 100%.
So if it's a slob, but they're like so fucking hot and they just get along with you famously, you're willing to overlook the slob part and give them a passing grade, a C.
Yeah, you will give them a C. Like if you met Scarlett Johansson in real life and she just like was just incredibly attracted to you and your personalities totally clicked, and then you went into her house and it's like a mess, she's in a C.
Is that who you think of as like the ultimate goal, this like 40-year-old actress?
Yeah. No, that was my first crush. I'm watching Avengers 1 with her like wrapping her thighs around like the enemy spy's head.
Oh,
yeah.
That's some
that activated some stuff in me.
Yeah. I was talking about this on a couple streams ago. Xenia from James Bond GoldenEye, she kills some Russian general with her thighs. She crushes his chest. Now that was also an activating moment for myself.
Yeah, maybe that's where my muscle women thing comes from. I don't know.
You want them to crush you?
Yeah, I think that's the way to die, getting suffocated by someone's thighs. That's probably the best way to die if you're gonna go out.
All right, hey dude, it was great talking to you. I'm about to cut this off. Wait, do you have one last thing you want to say?
Since the last guy had a question, I did have one question.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so in the executive science like relay kind of universe, are executive science and the Federal Sports Protection Commission separate agencies that kind of compete?
Yes, they are entirely separate.
And then the Scuds were able to pick up Dundarius Rendripulin, right? And so therefore Dundarius is with. Does that mean he's with the FSPC?
Both groups had gone to the hospital because the Brotherhood of the Force, Tommy, Johnny, and Jimmy, work for Executive Science. So they were there first, but they couldn't get the mom to sign the contract, and then the Scuds were the ones that ended up walking off with Dundarius.
Okay, and Executive Science has Electro Christ and the Holodisc, and that's kind of it?
Right. Electro Christ was a creation of the FSPC, but he defected to the Holodisc and Executive Science.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The FSPC are going to lose. They have Dundarius, who's like the second coming of Christ or whatever, with the best digigenetics or whatever, and they have all the Scuds and stuff. Yeah, sorry, Executive Science is screwed. But yeah,
wait, you think they're gonna win between the two of them? The FSPC?
Yeah.
Okay.
They have the president in their pocket.
But
Brimstar.
they can't control Bimstar. He's a force of nature. They have no control over him. That's the thing.
They created a marketing campaign that got him elected.
You think Bimstar gives a flying fuck about that? He's the president. He just does whatever the hell he wants. Dude, you're gonna see. I've talked. I've said Relay Part 3 is gonna be done like at 5 years ago or something. But someday it will be done, and all your questions will be answered.
Okay. All right. I'll be waiting. Thanks for answering.
All right.
All right. Adios.
See you, dude. Man, I already have to pee so bad. I'm gonna take an early break because I just can't. I'm not doing this again where I pee in the cup during the call. That's not acceptable. I've determined. So I'm going to take a quick music break here, and then I'll be back and we'll do some more calls. And hopefully Google will get their shit together and actually give me the calls. Okay. Like this. Okay. you soon.
Call from.
John Boy.
To accept, press 1. To send a voice.
You.
Hey,
Hello?
how's it going?
Yo, who is this? John Boy?
Yeah, it's John Boy.
How you doing, John Boy?
Hey, dude, I'm doing pretty well today.
Did you have something you wanted to contribute to this mental illness discussion? We've been getting off topic so far, but what about you?
Yeah, it would be pretty difficult to follow Lizard Guy there. That was a pretty high bar.
Do you have some lizard things that you would like to get off your chest?
I've got no lizard things, but I'm a disassociative, and that's kind of a fresh one. It's kind of an interesting
DID?
one, perhaps. DIS, dissociative. Yeah, exactly, dude.
Yeah.
I got the depersonalization, the derealization.
What can you explain, like, from the top what that means? Because my only knowledge of that is like from that movie Split by M. Night Shyamalan.
Yeah, hardcore. Yeah, that's the wild end. That's the pretty serious one. I'm riding sort of a mid-tier. Yeah, I experienced bouts of amnesia, and sort of a lack of a sense of self. Yeah, it's sort of like riding the waves of life. Most folks have a little sort of rowboat that is the self, you know. And I'm just sort of riding the waves, you know, raw dog, boatless.
Oh shit. So what are the waters in this analogy? If the boat is the self that you coast along the waters, but you don't have a boat, well, what are the waters?
Yeah, sure. I'd say just, you know, the entire experience, just being alive, the ups and downs, the waves. Like there are the beauties and the complexities and traumas. They just they exist without really any continuity. Kind of like weaving a really absurd resultant that's like difficult to track.
So you're saying, first of all, like disassociative, I'm thinking this is not associating with yourself. Does that mean that you feel more connected with others, or does it mean that you feel disconnected from everything?
Yeah, the second. It would be like a just sort of a sense of like surreal, like kind of like waking up hungover at somebody's house. You're like, oh, where am I? It's sort of that brief sensation, but in a more regular pattern.
How long have you noticed this about yourself?
Yeah, I was diagnosed like 3 years ago, formally, and it usually arrives after like a period of trauma, and I was in a little car wreck in my teens. Mm-hmm. So the folks there, they suggested that was the impotence.
Yeah, so tell me about how your diagnosis came about. You were in a car wreck, and then you were feeling differently, and you needed to go see somebody about it?
Yeah, that was kind of how it went. I think I just sort of was cranking through for a long time. And then, yeah, the amnesia was the interesting bit, you know, like that one felt less regular than just the kind of living a life with ups and downs. I was like, oh, I don't really know where I am, how I got here. So that was the going to look for help thing. And then, during that sort of therapy that followed, the whole story was kind of put together there, and the label was slapped on.
Do you still get the amnesia though? That wasn't specific to the car wreck. That's something that's
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, totally. It's just it's a regular part of being alive. I set a lot of like alarms on my phone. You know, I do a lot of good note taking. Just trying to keep the process of life going with the sort of external help there.
Was that happening before this car thing at all?
No, totally fresh. Just kind of like banged my head into the windshield and developed a whole new way of living.
Did you have like a traumatic brain injury?
Yeah. The brain just kind of rattled around in there, smacked on the edges of the skull, and I got kind of lucky. Could have came out worse, but instead I just kind of lost the sense of self. So, could be a lot worse.
How old were you when that happened?
I was 16. I was real fresh to the drive-in, and just ran a red light asleep. Fell asleep in the morning, and just kind of cranked it out. Started her off.
I was watching a Louis Theroux documentary on people with traumatic brain injuries, and all the people he talked to, sort of like the through line that I noticed was that they became very like temperamental after their traumatic brain injury. They're first of all, they were acting like different people, like their friends and family were very scarred by it, just because it was like, the person they knew was kind of gone. But it also made them very temperamental and like kind of maybe regress them in some amount. But it doesn't sound like that's really the case for you. You sound like you had like a chilling effect on you.
Yeah, totally. It's just a sort of defense mechanism of like experiencing trauma. You can get into it and let it just kind of ravage, or you can just get out of it. And my brain decided to just get out of it and not handle it and just disappear. And it liked that strategy at the time, and then kind of continued to employ that strategy over time without any agency on my part. So yeah, it definitely wasn't like a violent change in any way. It was a remarkably subtle thing initially, and then my brain started to like the pattern and employ it all the time.
Are there any like treatments that you are practicing, like either medical or just not even medical, just like things that you do now to help you with this, or is this not even really a hindrance? I mean, besides the alarms you said.
Yeah. I chose a path of work that was really sensorily driven. I work in food. I'm a chef out here in Oregon, and the sensory information is great. It has a amazing link to memory in a way that we don't really notice a lot. But having really rich sensory memories is a nice way to like sort of beat the lack of identity. Like smelling a peach, will remind me of a young moment of my life that's irretrievable without it. So I work in food now, consistently around all that sensory information to continue to jog those sorts of memories and create a sense of self. But it's a lifelong thing. So you just sort of get to start to work around it more confidently as you grow. I think I'm in a decent spot with it now, smelling peaches.
How old are you now?
I'm 25 years old.
It sounds like you're very, like at ease with this. Have you noticed like that this is detrimental to your life or relationships, or is it just this is a new way to live and you've been living it?
Yeah, it's just a hurdle. It's certainly not game ending at the level I caught it at. It can spiral, but I grabbed it pretty early, and it's just sort of an odd one. Like people got a good list of what the mental illnesses are, and it's usually like a weird conversation when I bring it up. Someone's got to kind of Google it or something, and it's an odd one. I don't meet a lot of people who are
equally as diagnosed. We all sort of operate with a little bit of disassociation, but at the level I'm at, it's a little more hard to come by.
What about like relationships? Have you been able to get into those? Have those been especially difficult or not?
Yeah, I have. Yeah. Yeah, no real difficulties there. General relationships are difficult because of a sort of object permanence issue. Like, I have trouble remembering or like creating a large narrative for myself of just being self. And so the relational component struggles with that element there. So like, yeah, to some regard, I'm currently in a relationship, and it like there's always some element of like not a lack of presence that arrives in waves, but my partner's really thoughtful about that. We've been together for about 2 years, and it's
Nice.
it's just an element.
Do you think that do you have any opinion on like the way that you are versus other people? Do you think that like that this is something that's good for you? Like this is I don't want to say superior because that's sort of like it got some attachments to it, but like do you think this works for you? Like do you think less of people who are like really like, let's say the opposite would be like a narcissist, maybe someone who's just like obsessed with themselves? Do you think that like this is it something that helps you? Do you think it helps you in your life?
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, I've definitely become. I wouldn't trade it, and I've enjoyed, and I think I feel more sympathetic to sort of absurd art and philosophy and sort of ideas of like, yeah, it's just a nice way to cope with being alive. Like it turns sort of the everyday process into the myth of Sisyphus. Like there's just some sort of real absurdity that's, I think, ever present for a lot of folks that I just meet much more regularly, and I enjoy and appreciate that. And I think it's done good work for me, and then I've started to appreciate, I think, a lot of absurd art and absurd philosophy over time. Yeah, in my work, I enjoy employing absurdity as well. I cater large meals and dinners and events, and having like really no sense of belonging to any sort of tradition or kind of tribe means that the every day you sort of arrive, it's a fresh palate. And yeah, I absolutely appreciate it. Wasn't always the case, but it sure is now.
I could see that being like a pretty freeing feeling, not like having to be beholden to tribes, as you say, or like even your particular idea of yourself. I was thinking while you're talking about this, like I wonder if you hold grudges ever, or if that's not even if that's not in your purview at all. Like, to someone wronged you, and then like you're just gonna hate them for years and years because you're holding on to what they did to you.
Yeah, you're right. I don't really experience a lot of that. Sometimes that's interesting because I'll forget some sort of social issue or something, and then arrive like back to that social problem and just be unfamiliar with like whatever had happened. Mm-hmm. So yeah, exactly. The grudges, yeah, I don't experience them.
What about death? Are you scared of death? I mean, it sounds like if you're not really concerned with the self, like death is just, it's nothing, right?
Yeah, a popular option for this is usually suicide. So that was an early place of interest in my younger life, but now the sort of ride on the way down exciting. And no, I don't really think a lot about where I'll end up, because the sort of idea of I is really abstract for me. So no, I don't really feel a big fear of death. I think a lot of risk taking comes out of that lack of fear.
And without like some sort of overall narrative, as you said, to your life, like, how do you find the motivation to keep going to work and keep making money enough to live and like that sort of stuff? Like, where does the want to do that come from?
Yeah, that's a fair question for most folks, I bet. I don't know. It's there's some comical component of it. It's really necessary. Like, I enjoy being full of food, and like in a warm home. Mm-hmm. So those things are like driving. But other than that, it's just sort of the motions and the sort of ritual, I guess, that pushes me out in the morning. And then there's, I experience like enjoyment and pleasure as well. And I'm, looking to maximize those things, I guess, as well. So I don't know.
Yeah, it sounds pretty healthy to me. I mean, it sounds like we should all try to get in car wrecks.
There you go, man. Yeah, just go ahead, slam your head into some glass and experience the lack of self with me, give me a call.
All right. Hey, John Boy, thank you for talking to me. Appreciate it.
Yeah, huge pleasure. Been a big fan of what you do, and it was nice to talk to you.
Thank you, man. Talk to you soon. See ya.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Nice. I don't want to, but at the same time, I don't want to let go of myself. I'm more on the narcissist side. I mean, I gotta, make a fucking YouTube channel with my shit because I think it's, someone should watch it or something because I think it's worth something. That's pretty narcissistic. Look at my stuff. It deserves your attention. I wonder what I would be doing if I wasn't like that. Okay, anyway.
Call from
Jared.
To accept.
Jared! Whoa.
Hey, what's up, man?
Dude, where are you?
Well, I'm walking on the side of the road in Phoenix, Arizona, catching the bus to take care of some stuff.
It sounds wild over there. It sounds like there's like a Mardi Gras going on. What is that?
It's just the road. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you. But there's just like a wailing sort of some crazy noises going on back there.
Yeah, it's on the side of the road. I was trying to get a hold of you earlier, but I was like, oh man, I gotta go. But I was still listening. You know what I mean?
No, we can hear you fine. How's it going, dude? You got something you wanted to say about mental illness?
Oh yeah, man. These are all really good points that you guys are making on the subject. I'm actually very interested in this subject myself. I would say the first thing you got to do is define what makes somebody actually mentally ill. Like what's the defining thing that makes someone from not mentally ill to being mentally ill?
And what do you think?
That it's whether or not their beliefs are in alignment with truth.
But what is truth? That's a big subject.
And I would say the biggest mental illnesses in the world, if you could reduce them down, would be solipsism and moral relativism, which is the idea that, solipsism is the belief that nothing else can be proven to exist except for yourself, or some people don't even believe in that they exist. But and then moral relativism is the idea that right and wrong are subjective and we can decide what they are. And if you look at the way that the medical or the way the scientific establishment or I would say more like what's it called? Not therapists, but psychiatrists, the psychiatry, they would define mental illness as not being in alignment with whatever the group's scientific consensus is.
Right. So it's
And
not,
that's not the same thing as being in alignment with truth or not, because as we all know, you know, the general scientific consensus is not always in alignment with truth, because scientists disagree, and people look at it as a religion these days, but really it's a method of learning, or it's a method of discovery. And all the scientists, they use this method, and then they write papers, and sometimes those papers are factual, and sometimes they're, you know, not always factual.
so you are a believer in objective truth.
Yeah, subjective truth. Yeah, I mean, well, because how can you even be ill? How can you even be sick if there's not this idea that there's something wrong with what is? You know, like what? Because we're talking about health, physical health, but mental health would be like whether or not your beliefs, whether or not you're living in accordance with truth. If you're living with an untrue impression of how things are, and then you're bumping into things and you're like walking blind, not seeing things around you, not seeing how things are, interpreting things with your subjective viewpoint, and like, you know, and then people can get lost and spiral in these fantasies, you know, but it's all based on whether or not their beliefs are in alignment with what is and what isn't.
Well, how do we discern as individuals who can only see things, you know, through our subjective lens? How do we discern what is objectively true?
Well, there's all kinds of discovery methods, like the scientific method. There's the trivia method, which is the process of learning, the three-part step process of how people learn, and differentiate. Well, they find patterns and then they differentiate them from what they know to be incorrect. It's like when you make a diagnosis, well, the word diagnosis, if you break it down to Latin, dia means by way of, and gnosis means knowledge. So it's through by way of knowledge that we diagnose what is and what isn't. But
Can you say that one more time? Can you say what that was? I heard knowledge. What was dia?
Dia means through or by way of.
By way of knowledge.
And the trivia method is basically a three-step process. There's the grammar step, the logic step, the rhetoric step, and it's how we, like, the logic step is basically the meme ocean, everything we get from everything around us. But then the logic step, we compare it with we find like patterns to compare it from what we know, and we determine what things aren't. There's this process called hypothesis. It means to say no, or to arrive by a conclusion based on no negative. So like how does Sherlock Holmes say it? Whatever, I don't know. I don't remember how he said it.
Yeah, I
But
don't know either. You can't hand that
like-
ref off to me. I don't know.
And then there's dialectical logic, which is like how we go from thesis to antithesis to synthesis. It's through that process of thesis, what it is, antithesis, what it is not. The synthesis is what we know now that we have determined what it is not, and taking it through that process. That's the synthesis. Conclusions. And that's how people learn in general. But you don't always arrive by truth through this process. It's just the way that we learn the truth, or we come to a false conclusion.
So what do you think it's like then? I mean, like if people who are the people in our society who are licensed to give the diagnoses, is it just that their view of what is mentally ill is like it's something that's just like not going with society, not going with the consensus, like no matter what, or is there's
the disorders, right? Like there's anger disorder, or there's a depressed super depressive disorder, or there's even a disorder called what is it called? Oppositional defiant disorder, ODD. It's a mental illness according to this psychiatry notebook or whatever this whatever they have.
DSM-5.
Yeah, the Bible of psychiatry, where they have a list of all the disorders in it, and they update it every year.
Right.
What
does that mean? The oppositional defiance disorder. What is that?
Oppositional defiance disorder. It means that you don't obey authority.
Which means you're mentally ill.
It means you're mentally ill, according to them.
What do you think? What do you think of like? Do you think that there is any sort of like? What is the reason for that? Aren't people who are educated in like learning about mental disorders aren't they critical enough to realize these same sorts of faults?
You're saying the people who realize say that one more time?
Like the people who they get their MD, they've been in school for like 10 years or something, like, don't they think critically about these things? And like, do you think they also are wondering like whether? Well,
the thing is that people when they learn something, they think they never have to challenge it. And so, like, it becomes a religion to them, and they're not following the truth. And that's the thing. That's the main mental illness, is that nobody cares about the truth. Nobody even cares about it at all. Everybody thinks that they can, like, believe whatever they want, and that the world is gonna, like, transform according to their desires. If they just, like, wish, like, there's the secret, then there's the idea of the law of attraction, which is an inaccurate definition of what the law of attraction really is. But the idea that you can just wish for what you want and then you'll get it, and you don't have to do shit.
Is there something there about both sides of this psychiatric thing where it's like the people who are trained in psychiatry, they like have motivation to believe what they've learned, but also like the people who are receiving psychiatry, like they also have a motivation to believe that like they're not sick.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, it would make their job obsolete for sure, because like their job is based on the idea that you can fix mental illness with pharmaceuticals and just changing brain chemistry. So like I mean, and it's like all that is really just that sedatives. And really, that's really the choice. That's really the choice that everybody has to make, is whether or not they want to be sedated, or whether or not they want to be lucid, or whether or not they want to be drunk, or whether or not they want to be aware and awake and like in their body and like in the game, like playing the game and living their life. You know what I mean? Like,
do you think that do you think there's like specific value in not being sedated, and like even no matter what your mental illness is, like embracing it because it's just maybe who you are or something like that? Or is there some value in trying to pull back on the reins for some people?
Pull back on the reins from facing their psyche, you're saying? Like
what if you're prone to bouts of psychomania?
Well, people are under the false impression that they're not in control of themselves. They need to grasp the idea that no matter what state of mind they're in, the only one who could have made a choice is them. And this idea of possession, like, oh, I was possessed, or I was drunk, it's like, or I was sleepwalking, like, oh, they didn't really do it. It's like people, like, they desperately want to not be responsible for what they do in some way. And they tell themselves that, and that's what gives the spirit possession power or whatever. But like, if you realize that you are in control of all of the spirits inside of you, no matter what spirits take over you, all of your emotions, all of your hidden desires, all of your like suppressed childhood desires, they're all you. They're all still with you. You have a relationship with them, and you're ultimately the one who's in control of in the driver's seat all along. They can whisper in your ear, and they can like tell you what to do, and then you can put yourself in a state of obedience to your lower spirit, but you're still obeying. you're still doing the thing.
Is it your thought then that like nobody's like fully like unsavably crazy? Like you know, it always comes down to your own. Is it that you think that like pharmaceuticals are like a shortcut in a way that like it doesn't actually teach you why you're crazy, it just sedates it? Or like, I guess the question is like, do you think there are people who are legitimately crazy enough that they actually merit taking medication? Do you think that?
In extreme cases, I'm not going to deny because I have some experience with that. But I mean, do people want to just like die on medication? Because like they're making a choice of whether or not they want to be medicated for the rest of their life or not. And the system is designed to profit off of that, so they're going to encourage them to do that. But if they want to be well again, that's another desire, and that they need to find in order. Like no one else can make them well but them. They have to decide to want to be well.
But do you think these questions, like if someone is having this really, really wacky internal struggle, is it a question that's answerable by yourself? Can you actually fix yourself, or do you need outside assistance? It maybe not medical, but is outside assistance required for anybody who's like they're having severe problems?
I would say not outside assistance, but inside assistance, which is like the source. There's a source inside of everyone, and you know, like there's a source of creation. The only thing that doesn't change is the law itself. Everything else is subject to change, but the law that determines the consequences of any action or behavior, and that the source of the consciousness is something that changes. Therefore, consciousness came from the source as well. And if consciousness came from the source, that's where it came from. Then it's inside of us. The source, and if you know anything about Hermetic principles, there's the principle of correspondence, as above, so below. But it's this idea that the universe is holographic, that the whole is contained in the part. So like the idea of an individual or an individuated from the source, there's an individuated consciousness from the source. It's imperfect, a personality. It's only characteristics are the way that it's different from the whole or from the source. But it's still ultimately like you're ultimately both the source inside of you, and you're also your body and your experiences in your life here on Earth as like whatever person you are, you know, like, so you are both of those things. You are your ego and your psyche, but you're also the source, the God inside of you. You are that thing too. You have a higher self that has a voice inside of you, and you have to trust that voice, and you have to have a relationship with that voice. So like that's the only voice that knows what's really good for you. I mean, some people I wouldn't say like, I mean, this idea that people need to be parented forever. Yeah, parents, there's a reason, there's a role for parents and teachers, but ultimately the one who learns is the individual, and the one who actually teaches himself or herself is the individual.
Let me ask you this as a final thing here, because I got to let you go in a second. But you were talking about how you've had personal experience with this to some degree. Are you talking about yourself or people you've known, or what was your experience?
Well, when I was growing up, I was in high school. I hated my dad so much because he kicked my mom out of the house. And my dad hated me in the house too, so he used to put me on the weekends. He used to put me in this like day center for teens, but it wasn't a day center. It was like a drug rehab for teens.
Okay.
And so I was like, so he put me in this drug rehab place on the weekends when I wasn't going to school because he didn't like me in the house. So I spent a lot of time here with these crazy kids, and not only that, but I've also been through, you know, CPS when I was even younger with foster care, and I even had an experience staying at a children's shelter. Just terrible, terrible things, terrible people, terrible things, terrible people, and this idea of like, oh, he's mentally ill, so it's okay for us to treat him this way.
Right. So are your views on this like somewhat informed by that experience of like where you're not crazy or addicted to drugs, but you're still being talked to as if like you were, and or was it the people that you were with, how you were seeing them treated, that made you think that this was kind of BS?
It was around the time when I was still going back and forth between whether or not absolute truth existed. That was around the time that I started, when I started thinking that absolute truth exists and that it's actually like beneficial to know the truth and that I can't just create my own truth. So I started reading nonfiction, stopped reading fiction, and started reading nonfiction. And I realized that I guess that like because my parents had also put me in therapy as well, so and they diagnosed me with all these things, like, you know what I mean, ADHD, ADD,
Right.
anger, what is it, obsessive compulsive, or what was it, and these what do you call it? These terms imply that this is the way somebody is, and there's no way to change it unless you take this medication, and not acknowledging that it's a condition because of the environment, because of a lot of things, because of your personal choices and the environment that you're in, and that you can change this condition.
Do you think it's like a way for parents to kind of like offload a bit of the guilt or something? It's like, my child is not acting exactly how I want them to. Like, oh, what luck, they have a mental illness. It's not my fault. It's that they're deranged in some way.
Dude, I was a Ritalin kid, so it's like it really does fuck up your brain and drastically like stunt your mental growth when you're fucking sedated and high as a kid and you're like just super focused so you can do your homework well.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's some bullshit. That fucked me up so hardcore. I missed out. I started to realize things in my like when I was like 16 or 17 that people already figured out when they were like 10 or 11. And I'm like, oh shit, this is how things are. Why was I on Ritalin?
And that's like a growing thing, isn't it? Like people getting diagnosed, kids, getting diagnosed with ADD and ADHD. Like that was not really that prevalent when I was growing up, but I've noticed lots of that going on with modern kids.
Well, forcing kids to sit down in a classroom, like they're literally like conditioning prison-style culture on kids. That's what school systems have been designed to be now. It's like conditioning, prison-style conditioning. And like, because, and any kid who has all kinds of excessive energy and interest and excitement
That's
is like,
thing.
it needs to be drugged so they can sit down and learn how society actually works.
We gotta nip that in the bud. Any sort of other behavior where they're not extremely obedient.
Yeah, obey or be rejected by society. And really, like, damn, like, when I started to realize that everybody who calls the police on people and anyone who, like, you know, like, gets people fired at work.
Tattletales, you're talking about?
Yeah, like, no, people who, like, would stick thugs on people or like appeal to like somebody being punished, like trying to get somebody punished. That's a serious sickness in them. They have childhood trauma and undealt with childhood trauma. It's like and it's like those people are your friends and family. Like these people would turn you in. These people would reject you if you were sad for too long. You know what I mean?
There's something interesting about that, like the telling on somebody, because like it automatically shows that like in situations where you're uncomfortable, you want to appeal to authority rather than like deal with it yourself. It's never like, I'm going to talk to this person about what upsets me. It's always like, I need to call the cops or the boss on them, and they'll deal with it.
Yeah, I don't need to deal with this. I don't need to handle this. I can escape responsibility from the situation that I'm in and just appeal to parents.
All right, hey man, hey, it was great talking to you. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, thanks for having on the show.
Yeah, have a good weekend.
Well, my life sucks right now, so I mean, I'm just trying to stay resilient.
Dude, I demand you have a great weekend.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Oh, yes, sir.
Okay, well, I mean, just try. I mean, do your best, whatever. All right, hey, thanks for calling in.
Yeah, maybe I'll call in a bit. I'll catch you later, man.
All right, bye.
All right, peace.
Okay. Interesting stuff there. I want to get into that with some other people, but I gotta take a break. This is gonna be a pee and cigarette break, so it might be a little bit longer. Okay. More mentally ill talk when we come back in 6 or 8 minutes. I'm going to call someone on Discord here. This is a person who's been trying to call in for a while. Let me see if I can get a hold of them. They called in today. I'm calling. They're not picking up. Five more seconds. Gotta give the chance. 5, 4, 3. Oh, they hung up? They declined? What the fuck? Yeah, maybe we'll try again later. Okay, then we're back. The number is 518-288-7938. Call in. Tell me about mental illness. We've got a bit of variety of opinions thus far. Feel free to share or contradict any opinions that have been presented. You know, whatever you want to do. I don't care. We're just shooting the shit about our blasted brains. Are there any boys in the chat yet? Oh, wait. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yo, who's this?
Hi. This is Joy.
Joy, it's good to finally talk to you. You've been trying to get into the stream for a while.
And I have been. Thanks for taking the call.
I called you. I went the extra step.
Thanks for calling back. I think I missed it, and then, well, we made it. It's happening.
Right. So what did you want to talk to us about? Something related to mental illness?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess I'm just a happily medicated person. It's my only opinion on the matter. I guess I'm in my 30s, and I've kind of been testing the waters of finally getting medicated for depression, and I got to tell you, it's been good. I recommend it if you're struggling out there.
How long?
Yeah, it's working for me.
How long were you struggling with it? When did this start?
I think it's really hard to say because it kind of is like a slow burn. You know, it's like you don't realize it until you have like a reflective moment and realize how fucked your way of thinking is. So I think for quite some time, like my late 20s probably. But yeah.
What?
And then I eventually just decided, to go to a therapist. And then they were like, yeah, we definitely recommend you try some shit out. And yeah.
So was there a period then where you were feeling depressed but not really like self-reflective about it, like not seeking help? You're kind of on your own, or how? What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it wasn't like the immediate go-to, and you kind of just think you're just fucking up. You know, you don't think there's something that you could do to help. You kind of, well, I kind of felt like, it's just me. You know, I'm just a fuck up. But like, and then you realize, I guess that you've kind of this perspective you've kind of fed over the years is kind of not the best way to like see life, and that you can, I don't know, you can kind of, it just kind of helps you just change your perspective a little bit when you realize that everything's warped. You know, you're seeing everything through like a lens.
What would you consider your symptoms prior to being to like getting on the right track or whatever?
I think it was as it was explained to me, and it made a lot of sense that it was depression and anxiety, which are kind of the two sides of the same coin. So like anxiety is kind of worrying a lot about the future that you know only have so much control over. And depression is spending a lot of time, living in the past and having a lot of regret. So I guess those were the main symptoms. You know, a lot of like feeling kind of helpless, where you think, I could have, should have, you know, as opposed to, you know, feeling like you have agency to change, you know, your life. So yeah.
So what was your journey then? Did you like talk to therapists or counselors first and then work your way up to psychiatry, or were you right off the rip talking to psychiatrists, or how'd that work?
No, you know, a lot of this was tied into me, and I'm still like this, was like not having a very clear career path, kind of feeling like, you know, comparing your life to maybe your friends and feeling like you're just not being a successful version of yourself. So I actually started off seeing a life coach many years ago because I was just couldn't just keep a job like the rest of my friends could. And, you know, obviously I thought there was something wrong with me. So eventually I thought, okay, well, let's try a life coach. It seems like the entry level kind of soft therapy version. Because, you know, I'm brought up in a family where you're not like, go to therapy immediately. It's very much like, kind of get on with your shit.
Is
but
a life coach kind of more like, is it like motivational? Like it's trying to get you amped about living?
She was great. It's a lot. Yeah, she kind of, I guess it was more or less like therapy. They kind of try to find what brings you joy in life. You know, they try to direct you in a sense that you'll figure out what lights you up, as she always used to say. So it was actually a very valuable experience. I realized, you know, I had actually had a lot of, you know, you kind of reflect on your childhood and you realize, oh, okay, that was pretty fucked up, or, you know, that wasn't normal. But yeah, she was really helpful. And then I kind of stopped for a few years, and then it got pretty bad again. So I went back I tried a psychologist for some time, and then she was like, this was fairly recent. She was like, I really think you could benefit from some antidepressants. And then I eventually saw a psychiatrist because you know, the psychologist can't administer medication. So I went to a psychiatrist, and that was that's quite an intense meeting with someone, because they kind of drill you vigorously about, you know, everything. And yeah, so I've been trying this out now, and it's been good so far.
Going back to what you said a second ago.
Still don't have a career.
What is it about?
Sorry?
What is it? What specifically was keeping you from holding down a job? You said that you were not able to hold down a job. Is the lack of motivation to keep going, or you had outbursts?
I think. Yeah. I think, like, I just want more meaning out of a job. So I put all this pressure. So if it's not exactly perfect, then, you know, I'll hate it. Or if there's been a few times where either the environment was ridiculously boring and soul crushing, so I just was like, I can't do this. Or this other job, I kind of worked for a bit of an asshole, so I just hated him. So I couldn't stick it out. I just couldn't. I think I put a lot of pressure for the work to be meaningful. Also, I don't really want to be working because my first love is I'm a musician. So I've been kind of wanted to do that. And, you know, this is like plan B, C, D. And then you get really frustrated because you just don't want to be doing any of that.
So it came down to
so I've kind of...
You weren't feeling fulfilled by the jobs that you had.
Yeah, basically. But I think it's also like the way, you know, your brain, well, my brain works, where it's like you should kind of get fulfillment for like at least just paying the bills and stuff. You know, there's no perfect job there. You know, it's like more the mindset's the issue.
But well, I see what you mean, but it's like it's kind of, you know, maybe part of it is like, you know, like the world as it is that like forces you to live in a certain way, like you maybe don't find that fulfilling in particular. Like
Yeah.
the fact that you have to get a job to live, which is like it's been going on for a pretty freaking long time, but it's not like something it's not something
Sucks.
we enjoy. Yeah. Like
Yeah, I fucking hate it.
there's definitely a big part
Yeah,
of that.
I
That's
know.
like, we wish we could just like do the things we like and like have
Yeah.
society place some value on that, but rather it's you just got to do something.
Yeah. You just gotta stay busy. I think that's also didn't help, and I'm sure anyone with any mental illness will understand that. Like, if you're not busy, it's like your mind will eat you alive. You've got to just stay busy.
Do you
But
think
yeah,
there's value?
it's-
Like, do you think you're more happy if you're able to stay busy with things that you feel like are important to you, or is it? I mean, you can't even really think
Yeah.
about that too much because you gotta fucking like if you're just gonna be like, I will only do the things that I like, you'll just be dead. You'll be dead in a week.
Probably starved to death. I kind of sometimes wish I was just motivated by money or something that could just keep me going, but it's like it's just not enough. I just I can do with very little. I just want to make music and not have to do anything else. But yeah.
So do you feel like particularly different from the people that you know? Like, are the people that you are closely related to, are they more easily able to function in this environment?
I think so, and I think that's what kind of made me realize that I obviously had some problems because, they were all able to kind of stick to a job and a career and kind of build on their career while I'm still kind of floundering. But at the same time, a lot of them aren't even happy in their job, so you kind of just have to accept, like whatever your priorities are at the time. So if it's money that's helping you pay for a life that you like, then that's good enough. If it's for me, it's like if I'm working on other creative projects and I'm just going to be perpetually broke, then I just have to accept that those are my priorities. Like there's no better. Everyone's kind of miserable or happy in what the choices they've made. So.
How do you think that affects
think-
personal relationships? Because like you could kind of relate them in some way. It's like a personal relationship you might have might be not like perfect in your eyes, but maybe it's fulfilling a function, and therefore it's worth keeping up. How do you handle personal relationships? Do they need to be like just exactly what you want, or are you flexible and able to like get what you want out of them and sort of not be bothered by the other part?
Oh, I see. Yeah, I think I have a lot of close friends, so kind of yeah, I have I don't even know how to answer that. I'm good with friends. In terms of like love relationships, I've really struggled with those. But friends, I got down pretty good. It's just the other stuff is I find is really hard to kind of navigate. But
Just that it's
I won't give up.
a stronger commitment, or what do you think is the main difference there?
Yeah, I mean, I think, I kind of, I don't know. That's, I guess, a whole different thing. I think, yeah, I guess it's probably just, if we put it simply, maybe it's just like a commitment thing. Like I fall in love easily, and, I've dated some wonderful people, but none of them were obviously lasting. So I don't know. I don't know how that's going to work. I don't know how that's going to play out. Yeah.
Well, in your experience then with these people, like what do you think? What do you think caused it to terminate? Was it something an expectation that you had, or yeah, go on.
So many different reasons. A lot of them seem to move away, which is I'm not going to take personally, but
you're living in some kind of crazy country, though, aren't you? You got an accent.
Yeah, I'm in South Africa.
I would fucking move away.
What?
I mean, all I hear about it. I mean, hey, I'm ignorant, but all I hear about in the news is that it's not going well.
Well, I could say the exact same thing about the USA.
That's totally fair. But the USA is a big place. South Africa is just like one. It's small comparatively.
It is small comparatively, but we don't go around destabilizing other countries. We just destabilize ourselves, I guess.
Whoa. How dare you? How dare you?
I'm just.
No.
Yeah, but you're right. People do move away from South Africa. But
well, let me.
I've ended up having a lot of long distance relationships. Yeah.
Okay. Would you want to say what medication has worked for you, or is working for you?
Oh, I forget the name, but it's essentially it's one of the variants of levofloxacin, which is essentially Prozac. And then I forget the one I take at night. I can't remember the name. Sequet. I think it's like it's got a dramatic sounding name. It's like an antipsychotic, but it's not as dramatic as it sounds. But that's just to help you, help you sleep. But yeah,
how long have you been taking them?
That particular combination since about February. So it's got some side effects, as any medication does, but it's worth it, for me personally. Obviously, it's different for everybody, but for me personally, it's like helps with just the day-to-day, just feeling back to normal, feeling myself. Like I would never have been able to make this phone call, before February. I'll just forever be the voyeur. But, it's like just kind of makes you feel like you get your personality back in a sense. Not driven by the conditions.
Was that like really surprising for you when you first started going? I mean, it sounds like, you're switching it up regularly, trying to get the right mix and stuff. But when you were first going on, whatever medication was helpful to you, was it surprising to you that it was helpful? Or like how helpful it was?
Totally, yeah. I was skeptical going in because it's obviously daunting to take any chronic medication, especially when you think like, am I going to be on this forever? But I think, I was surprised. I had a friend who'd been through a similar journey, and she has been amazing to have. And she kind of warned me. She's like, it's not going to make you feel happy. It just makes you feel more like yourself. And I have to say that's definitely been the case, because you kind of can just lose yourself in like a pattern of thinking. So, I'm just trying to, I can't just do the same shit and expect that I'm going to like think my way back to a healthy mindset. I got to try different shit. So essentially, eventually I was just like, I've got to try medication, because it is scary and it is daunting, but so far so good.
Was there some point then in your life where you were starting to feel not like yourself? Like, is there something that go on.
For years, for a long time, and just kind of also being a shitty person. And
like when was that occurring?
I think it was just like a steady, slow decline, the last 5 or so years to the point where it just got bad enough to not be able to ignore it. And that was, I think, I tried this other medication. There's a different type of antidepressant called Xylift 2 years ago, and I tried that for a year, and then I came off that, and then I was just like miserable. And now I've started again in February. So I just, you got to try it all and see what works. And I'm just trying to be a better person. I just don't want to be a shitty human who's like grumpy with everyone all the time and pissed off all the time. So it's, essentially I'm just trying to, I don't know, be a positive energy in the world.
All right, I've got 2 more questions here then. So
okay,
when you're deciding to go on these medications, like, wait, I totally forgot my first fucking question. Wait. It's right there. Okay, wait. So I'm gonna skip to the second question because that's what I remember. Wait, fuck! I fucking forgot them both. Wait, Joy. Wait. No, I had 2 really good questions and they're both fucking gone.
Are you sharing any personal details? Well,
no.
Have a brain fade.
Okay, wait.
Are you on any medications, or are you on any disorders you want to share with the group?
Not currently. I there was a period in college.
Just a healthy drinking habit.
Yes. Yes, indeed. I mean, I've got lots of self-medicating practices. I'm very good.
Yeah, we all try to just cope.
Yeah, I'm
no judgment.
I've been excellent at that, like learning all my different what I love to drink and smoke. But when I was in college, I took a bunch of different. I went through a period where I was taking different medications, like what was that? Wellbutrin and Celexa.
Oh, I've heard of that.
And, yeah, there are a few. I mean, it was.
What does that help with?
They were for like depression, I think, but I didn't like it at all. I didn't like any of them. Like there was something I enjoyed counseling and therapy in college. I haven't done it in many years, but I enjoyed just kind of like just having a person to bitch to. Like it was good to get my bitching out and like not have to put my bitching on my friends and stuff. Like I might get sick of it after a while. It's like someone who's paid for me to bitch to. It's their job.
Yeah.
So they have no choice but to listen. But when it reached the point where it was like, I feel like this happens with everybody, but it's that's, I don't know if that's true, but I feel like this happens with everybody. It's like you do counseling or therapy for a while, and then eventually your therapist just gets sick of you, and they're like, you know what, you should go on medication. Like, why don't you talk to a psychiatrist instead of me? Wouldn't that be nice? But as soon as I started talking to psychiatrists, I really hated it because like it just feel like they no longer were. I was paying them to listen to me. It was like now I was paying them to just like give me prescriptions and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, I didn't remember my.
I don't know what
question.
that says about me. If she suggested going to the psychiatrist after like the first meeting, but okay.
Yeah. It's like, whoa. There's no way I'm taking a second meeting
off.
with this person. There's no amount of
She was a
notes
terrible
I can
therapist.
write here that are gonna help.
Yeah. Yeah. She was terrible. She was really flaky, and I thought as a therapist, like you really can't be like bailing on your damaged humans who are trying to like find stability, and she would just bail on at the last minute. So yeah, she sucked.
Did you think I keep starting these sentences thinking that I'm just gonna remember the question, but I really don't. Anyway, I'm gonna call it because I'm fucking drawing total blanks. But
Okay.
Joy, it was great talking to you finally.
Yes, thank you. It was lovely to speak to you as well.
Yeah.
Have a lovely Friday.
You do. Have a lovely weekend. Why don't you?
Okay, I will.
All right, nice.
Fucking thanks.
All right, see ya.
Okay, bye.
Nice. What were my fucking questions? That's a bit of a pain in the ass. You know, I'm always riding this line here of like just drunk enough, but it fucks with my memory a little bit. Being just drunk enough. Honestly, I have to pee again. All right, I'm going to just apologize right now. This stream is going to be full of breaks because I have a lot of music to get through and I have a lot of piss to get out of my kidneys, my balls. Where's the piss stored? I don't know, but I'm sorry. I'm just going to have to take several breaks this stream because I have a bodily problem. Okay, this will be a quick one though. Okay, good. Back. Real quick break. Oh shit. There's a boy. Wait. Yes. Moxie?
Oh shit.
Yo, dude. First boys segment.
What?
Yeah, dude. The boys I thought they were striking, but I think they're just busy.
Hell yeah.
What about you? You're not busy.
Not right now, no. I could be, but I'm here.
What could you be working on right now?
I've got a little bit more drywall work to do in the kitchen.
Dude, is this shit gonna be ready by the time I get there in a couple of weeks?
That's what I'm trying to do, man. I think I can I'll have a working kitchen. One good sectional wall will be done, and then I can move a bunch of shit from the other room into the kitchen and have usable kitchen. And then we can have space for shit.
I was thinking we could do a call-in show when I was at your place and pull like a mega church, and like you could be cooking my dinner while I'm doing
some authentic Italian food. Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to see you just do your fucking whatever you do. Your horrible, just your version of something Italian that would just be like a
I'll make my
disgrace.
pizza, the pizza which has cabbage in the sauce. Yeah.
I don't even want to. I can't even think about.
You'll
such a
deal
thing.
with it. You'll have it.
I mean, I'll have no choice. What am I gonna do? I'll like leave and eat McDonald's when you cook me a dinner. I'll be stuck with it.
There's gonna be all sorts of wacky food going on. I've been experimenting, dude.
All right, hell yeah, I'm excited. I
Greetings,
wanted to go-
boys.
Yo,
Hey,
Bubba.
Bubba.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, your mic is working.
Yeah, you actually
Is
sound
that
good.
okay? I didn't even do anything.
Jesus Christ. I hadn't.
you guys can hear me fine?
Yeah,
Yeah. you sound
All
good.
right. Heck yeah.
it's totally normal.
Heck yeah. What's going on, boys?
Oh, you know, we're just we're doing the first boys segment because all the boys were busy the first couple hours of the stream. So now we're just shooting the shit, whatever the hell you want.
Well, you're talking about mental illness.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have anything to say about that.
Yeah, me neither, really. I don't have anything to talk about with
Come
mental
on,
illness.
you guys have never come across a crazy person in your life?
Of course I have, but like it's standard in California. You get used to it. You don't even know what's mental illness anymore and what's like, a quirky personality.
All right, well then let's okay. Up until this point, we've been talking about people with like, maybe even not that crazy. Like they're all pretty functional. It seems like nobody's called in and has been like, I can't even understand what the hell they're saying. But what about the super crazies out there?
I
mean,
don't know.
one time-
I avoid them, really.
I went to a 7-Eleven once, and there was this homeless guy sitting on the curb, and he just came up to me and started talking to me. He was remarkably, like, he was the most beer-smelling person I've ever smelled. And this is true. This is like a true thing. He asked me if I wanted to come and hang out with him behind the train track, and I kind of humored him. I'm like, yeah, dude, maybe later, because I was like a young guy, and I didn't know how to say no to people like this. Maybe later I'll hang out with you behind the train track. But yeah, he was telling me about his life story, and basically it was all just really scary stuff. And I didn't know if he was drunk or mentally ill, but that's really my only experience with like a real crazy. I mean, he had no teeth and he smelled horrible, and he wanted to rape me big time, but. Yeah.
You were picking up on that as his plan behind the train tracks?
Oh yeah. He really wanted to get me alone.
Ooh.
Dude, homeless people are the best to talk to, especially the ones near train tracks. I remember there was a route I used to walk when I was going to the community college and I was taking like audio classes there or whatever. I would walk to school, which was like 13 miles round trip every day. And part of it was along the railroad tracks. And there was a homeless guy that lived over by the railroad tracks. It was like next to the freeway. And there was an overpass. And there's a way to get into the overpass to get in and do like electrical or whatever the shit. But like he just like lived in there with his dog.
Oh, wow.
And like I would always walk by there and be like, man, I really want to talk to that guy. I've talked to other homeless people before, but like that's when the guys were like, if I just showed up with like a 12 pack and I was like, hey, you want to talk? Maybe his dog won't kill me. I don't know. I never got to meet him, but it was just like, I knew there was a guy living in there because it was open once. I looked up and, there's the bed. There's like a guy's little hovel in there where it's just like, ooh, someone lives here. And this is a really smart place to live. Because it's like it's warm in winter from all the cars up above. It's protected. It's a good way of like hiding your dog away from the neighborhood. It's like there's something that homeless people along railroad tracks. They're interesting fellas.
There was no fear that like if you went to visit this man that he would attack you for invading in his hovel. If you had a 12 pack, I guess it's different.
Yeah, that'd be like knocking, and you don't just like go right in. You like knock, and you'd be like, "Hey," because you got like I used to like walk. I used to walk past homeless encampments all the time, every morning on my morning walk.
In California,
and, just like California, yeah, oh yeah, big time, Silicon Valley, all over the place, tent cities,
right,
all that shit. You get used to it, and then like you learn how to talk to some homeless people and like who actually wants to hang out and who's just like leave me alone. Some like if you go in there with like a bunch of discount donuts, some guys will be like, hey, shove off. And other people would be like, oh man, I'm a drug addict and I would love donuts.
Didn't you say there were a couple times, Moxie, or maybe just one time where you were like, you were doing some AV gig and you were living on the streets for a night or two?
No. That wasn't an AV gig. That was, I went to a music festival in San Francisco, the Outside Lands. Mm-hmm. I went once and I couldn't afford to take like the train back to San Jose every night or like to rent a room there or whatever. So I just slept on the street for 3 or 4 days and had some very, very interesting experiences with homeless people and, you know, the nightlife of San Francisco.
So you were effectively homeless for a few days.
Yeah. I met up with people and I slept on cardboard and all that shit.
Were you like, were you seeking that out then? Like other people who were homeless, like to figure out like where the spots were, or how did that work?
No, I was going to, I was looking around like the first day I got there, I got a day beforehand to scout things out because I had never really been to San Francisco before. Mm-hmm. I mean, I lived near it. I lived in San Jose growing up, but you know, like why would the hell would I want to go to San Francisco? I hate cities.
Right.
But I went up there and I just like walked around. I think I walked like 15 miles the first day I was there, just trying to get the bearings of everything. Jesus. And then I was planning on climbing on top of a Safeway and sleeping on top of the grocery store because I used to go climb on top of grocery stores pretty often. I knew they were a pretty good place to like, you know, be left alone. So I was going to do that. But the first night I was out there, I was more naive then. I lent my cell phone to somebody to make a call. And she turned out to be a big old crackhead. And I was up all night trying to get my phone back. And like, it was a huge goddamn nightmare with that lady. And that's when I had my first run-in with a not great homeless person, you know, one that like pretends to be a wounded veteran that sits in a wheelchair in front of the spy camera store and like, you know, begs for money. Then at night they'll like come at you with a baseball bat if you get too close to them. That sort of guy.
Mm-hmm. Dude, the giving your cell phone away, that's a classic story. Like I remember being on a bus and giving a clearly crazy guy my cell phone. And he was like getting in crazy arguments with his ex-girlfriend on my cell phone, just like leaving her message, like endless messages, like, what the fuck? Why? I'm on this fucking bus. It's all your fucking fault. And I was just like, can I please have my cell phone back, sir? He's like, hold on, I just gotta wait. I just gotta do this one more time.
That's pretty much my experience, except for gender swap, some lady who I guess her man or whatever left her there, and she was like, oh, I need a ride back. You know, it's like, I'm a queen, I deserve. She was black, by the way. I'm a queen, I deserve to be treated better. I'm all that sort of shit. And then I was like, okay. And then like we're like sitting on the stairs out near it was like an In-N-Out burger. I was like, okay, I can have my phone back. Then she starts smoking crack and go, oh frick. Jesus. Okay, this is gonna be a long night.
What about you, Bubba? Like you're in the Midwest. Like there's got to be some homeless people out there.
Dude, yes, but I don't know. Maybe I've got radar or something, but I am very good at not interacting with them in the same way that Moxie does. Although, have you guys ever heard of gang stalking?
Oh yeah,
sure. Like that's like when people think the CIA or the FBI is like they've got agents following them and stuff.
Yeah, gang stalking, and so like you see a guy in a red shirt and he walks by you, and then another guy in a red shirt walks by you, and you're like, oh, those are feds, those are agents, and then it just keeps happening. Every time you see a guy in a red shirt, you think it's someone who's been assigned to watch you.
Have you come across people who are felt like they were the victim of gang stalking?
Only on the internet. So this is actually a really sad story. But there was this homeless guy, because we were on the topic of homeless guys. So this was a like remarkably schizophrenic guy named Mark Zahn, Zahn, on YouTube, who would post videos all the time. And he was a total he had his own thing going on. He thought he was the reincarnation of Hitler, and and he thought that the CIA.
In a good way? In a good way? Like he was going to lead a country to national dominance?
I don't think this guy had it in him to lead, to be honest. I think that might have been a little bit beyond his abilities. But so he believed he was the reincarnation of Hitler, and he believed that the CIA was gang stalking him. He believed his ex-girlfriend, Virginia Newbon, was the head of the FBI and was stalking him. And he also believed that Geddy Lee from Rush was stalking him. And anytime he saw someone wearing a peculiar t-shirt, he would film them and he would put it on YouTube. And so he has like hundreds and hundreds of videos of him filming innocent bystanders and like commenting on it. And oftentimes he starts altercations with them. And I mean, it's very sad. It's also kind of funny. And so he goes up to these people and he starts shit with them. And basically his life was one insane gang stalking confrontation to the next. And it's very sad. He was homeless, and I think he was killed by a train about 10 years ago. But yeah, his videos are all still up there. His name is Mark. What's that?
A construction type crane or a bird?
Oh, a train.
Oh, a train. Okay, I'm sorry. Very good.
Yeah, and he posted gang stalking videos all the time, and just look him up. Mark Zahn, Zahn.
So, Chef, this is something you have a particular interest in terms of YouTube videos. As I'm aware, you're very into the crazy people who have YouTube accounts.
Yeah. Mark Zahn was one of my first people that I would watch. There was also this other woman who, I guess in a similar vein, was a schizophrenic person. She was Russian, and she would speak in English, and you just couldn't understand her. And she would speak in this really terrifying hoarse yell, and she would just scream, and you could like vaguely pick up like every 11th word. It was very scary. Her name was Anna Maskovich, and she was some sort of like Russian ballerina. And look up Anna Maskovich or Moskovich, and it's just her screaming. My favorite video by her, and I want to say dude, I don't want you to think that I watch these people like a zoo animal or something. These are human beings, and they're entitled to dignity, and they need help.
Yeah.
But she had a video called UFO is Nurse for Our Sin Planet. And she's screaming, I don't know what she's saying. And the title, UFO is Nurse for Our Sin Planet, is very funny, and a combination of words that I could not ever possibly concoct on my own. So,
and I believe you that you're not simply gawking at these people, because I've showed you, I share videos all the time of that guy Todd. There's this guy Todd who's just like this fat 30 to 40-year-old alcoholic living with his parents, and like he's not mentally ill. He's just an idiot.
No, Todd is not mentally ill. He's a loser.
He's just a loser idiot, and you hate him. Yeah, exactly. Like I post these videos, and you always talk about just like stop posting these. Like I hate this guy. Like he's just like the worst sort of person. Because
the thing is, though, I don't stop watching his videos. I watch them all, and he's the only person I've ever watched on all of YouTube. I love people on YouTube because it's a way for regular people to connect with the rest of the world. He is the only person I've ever watched on YouTube who there's nothing good or redeeming about him. He's just a human slug. He's a slob. All of his videos are him just like chopping Slim Jims and like
sitting
drinking
on the floor of his parents' house. Like he's never in a chair. I've never seen him in a chair. He's always sitting on the floor.
I've never seen him in a shirt, dude.
Well, so do you think that does that have anything to do with why you don't engage with homeless people in the way Moxie Famous does? Are you scared because of all the YouTube content you've seen?
I mean, it opens your eyes a little bit. I mean, I've seen enough live leak videos. I've seen. I know what happens on the street, man.
Moxie, why then why Moxie? Why what is it naivete, or are you just like a superhuman?
I'm sure there's a combination of things. Well, for one thing, when I was younger, like I volunteered in a homeless kitchen every week for like 2 years. I think every Friday I would go there and work in the kitchen and like make and serve food to homeless people. And then I have a good friend who works in, she works at a homeless center, helping out homeless people. So it's like I've got more of like, that was my original background on homeless people because I don't go into the city. So basically it was all through homeless shelters trying to help people out. And then I met the crazy people in San Francisco. And then I start talking to more crazy people as they like move in, and I go, oh, cool. Well, I kind of get it.
Like you get the like why they're so wacky, or you explain that?
Yeah, well, like I have a lot of experience with homeless people, not all the crazy ones, like the ones that were like trying to get help and that were going through the system and all that. That was my initial interaction, and then meeting crazy people on the street was like, okay, this is why a lot of people don't like homeless people, because most of them kind of deserve it.
What about like when you moved, like you were living in California for the majority of your life. Now you're out in the Midwest. Have you
I never see homeless people because I also don't
They're
go
not
into the
around?
city. I avoid the city completely as much as I can. So I've never seen a homeless person around. It's, in California, there's good weather all the time. They'll be all over the place. Midwest, they'll freeze to death. So they stay in the cities,
Right. And you're out of there. So you haven't really had to I wonder what the difference is though between like California homeless people and Midwest homeless people.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like are they more hardcore in the Midwest cuz they have to deal with the freezing shit?
Yeah, the ones who survive, I guess.
Right. It's like, yeah, well, no, we'll never know. There was a
The homeless people, they do go to like the West Coast because it's just decent there the whole year round, right?
Yeah, I think, don't some states just like put homeless people on a bus and send them to California and go live over there? I think that's actually a thing.
Uh-huh.
That would be amazing. That's a good government program. Bus the homeless to California.
Yeah, it's like, hey, we'll pay for a Greyhound ticket, get over to California and make it their problem.
It's like $30. It's nothing. That's nothing.
And they won't even stick out on the bus because everyone, like, dude, every time I've been on a bus, it's full of stinky, disgusting people.
Yeah, man. I like the bus as a mode of transport because I specifically don't feel judged at all. I feel like the coolest guy on the bus. Everyone else on the bus is like, no, but in a good way. Like I'm like, I got my life most together of everybody on the bus. Everyone on the bus is like just they're on their last step. Like they're fucking like, everybody in my family has abandoned me. I'm taking a 30-hour bus ride to try to restart my life. Whereas me, I'm just like, I'm just taking a trip on the bus because it's cheap as hell. But anyway. All right, good.
Good. Yeah.
Good talk.
Okay, good. Any last words? Any last words on the homeless? I mean, we were really shitting on the homeless. I mean,
dude, I just want to say,
we weren't shitting on them.
Okay,
you weren't. Them.
You weren't, Moxie. You had a good like bro type experience with the homeless, but I feel like otherwise we were kind of shitting on them. Do we want to take?
No. I don't have anything against the homeless. These are people who need help, especially the mentally ill homeless people. They absolutely need help. I was not hitting on them. I was just,
Are you sure?
Some of them, it's not really like, I can understand how they got here. It's not a mystery. I'm not confused.
Right. I'm sorry that I said that we were shitting on the homeless because that just made
Mm-hmm.
this. Yeah. All right. Yes, Moxie.
Man, in between these breaks, I got to talk to
that's-
Bubba about his opinion of Todd versus Joel Haver.
Oh,
Wait,
Oh,
Moxie,
boy.
have you seen Todd? We should post some Todd clips. So that
I
you
don't
can-
think I've ever seen this Todd fella.
you don't want to see Todd.
Todd had a great. He was like, he's always alone. He's always alone. Besides living with his mom, he was like traveling. He's in Ohio somewhere, and he was traveling to some theme park in Ohio, and he's just staying in like a hotel by himself. He made this like 10-minute video where he's just like looking around this hotel room by himself, just saying every single thing that's in the room. He'd just be like, "There's a lamp. There's a desk. Here's a shower. Here's a different lamp. Here's a TV. Oh, that's me in
It's
the
like
mirror."
an Arnold Schwarzenegger commentary track.
And then he has these like long spans where like he's eating like a Slim Jim, and then he gets out some pork rinds, and then he like drinks a 40 or something, and he's just sitting there like chewing and like drinking. He's not really saying anything, and he's just there shirtless, bug-eyed. God, he's just fucking awful. I hate Todd.
He is always shirtless and fat. And he does. Oh, he's always eating snacks, and he's like narrating the snacks. I remember in that video specifically where he's with the hotel room, he's like forcing himself to drink because he always drinks in his videos, and then in this one he's just like, don't really feel like drinking, but I guess I'll just fucking down these beers and eat these pork rinds. Like, it's really sad.
Yeah. So for listeners, you can see Todd's videos on Country Chef Beer Boy 92. That's
Okay, good. Check that out. Country Chef Beer Boy 92. All right, boys. I'll be back in a little bit. Thanks for talking.
see you later,
Alright.
man.
Bye. Todd. I'm trying to turn this off. I love Todd. Bubba hates Todd. Every time I post a Todd video, it you know, he's upset because Todd is just like obviously a terrible person. It's all his fault. That's the problem. It's like it's all Todd's fault.
Call from
Sam,
You.
what's up, man? How you doing?
Good, Sam. How are you?
Good. Man, you guys had some really good callers already today. It was good to
Oh,
listen
yeah?
to. Yeah. You
Nice.
seemed
Well,
like you had some good folks.
Yeah. Well, what do you think? What's going on with in your neck of the woods?
Well, I don't know. I didn't know because I kind of joined in a little bit late. I didn't know if you guys already had somebody that with that like a military post-traumatic stress
We have not.
type
but
background.
Even
Yeah.
if we did, you could talk about whatever the hell you want. But no, we have not.
Oh well, I'm not your guy in that
Oh.
department, but it's like, you having been in the military, never served in combat. I don't know. It's like, yeah, that's something that I'm very lucky that I never had the exposure to. But you can definitely see working so close to and like constantly preparing for that kind of event and trying to bring yourself as close to the edge of realism of what that's going to be like and preparing for it, like how you can totally understand that somebody would have a total breakdown if they couldn't handle that situation. I
Like
I don't
a
know,
life,
'cause
a life or death combat situation.
exactly like, have you ever, I don't know if you've ever been in such a, I don't know, like a close call or a situation that if you considered, if you had to be in that situation for any longer or even a little bit more extreme or that would break you, like be so close to a breaking point that you could see it and see, what your own personal limits are and what your own breaking point would be. It's like, it may not constitute a mental illness, but it's certainly the closest thing that you could possibly be to that without going over the edge,
No,
Like, there
I
was-
think I sort of
it's-
understand
it-
what you're saying. Oh, go on.
Yeah, no, I mean, I guess it's hard to explain, but like for me personally, there was never an immediate danger in a combat sense. But like there was a time, a lot of folks spent some, U.S. military members will still spend a lot of time in the Korean Peninsula and planning for that kind of thing. And that was one of the things that I did, was just being over there constantly considering what it would be like and what a war would look like, how catastrophic that would be, and the situations that people would find themselves in. There was one point that I was in the Marines, but I was serving on an Air Force base. And a lot of the planning that we were doing was, I guess, without saying too much, it was considering the very real possibility that war could happen very soon and planning for that. So it's like, especially a few years ago, I'm not sure how many people would say this, or like if you've got other history buffs listening that would agree or disagree, but for a long time, it seems like the U.S. was closer to war with North Korea than we were at the start of the actual Korean War. Because especially for part of 2017 and 2018, it was like they wanted, like, our countries wanted to start shit. And it actually, in many ways, made more sense to go to war at some point and fight it out rather than do this halfway in between business. And the actual Korean War started with like some surprise attack. So it's like, yeah, holy shit, we were really close for a long time, it felt like. But where I was in a particular time that led to a sort of breakdown for me personally was like 3 things happened in quick succession on the base that I was in South Korea. The first was, we were briefed at that time in secret that the Prime Minister of South Korea was going to be asked to resign because she had been found to be funneling money to some friends corporation, like government funds to a friends corporation or some shit like that. So significant turmoil on the part of the South Koreans was going to be going down really soon, it seems like. Mm-hmm. And then that ended up coming to light, and that did happen. Mm-hmm. Within a week or two, President Trump was elected. So that was another tipping point from the United States' perspective, where it's like, well, holy shit, how is North Korea going to take this? How does this change the posture of America and all this stuff? And then the third thing was, on our base in particular, there was an aircraft that went down, like it crashed, and like the combat operational capability of our whole base was significantly degraded for a really long time. So not a really long time, but long enough to make us kind of sitting ducks in terms of not being able to mount a meaningful defense if the war happened to kick off within the week at that point. So like all 3 of these things happened back to back to back. And I just remember that time, more than many other times, kind of holding my breath for weeks and weeks, kind of almost not considering whether something was going to happen, but knowing that it would. And I don't know, if I think people should try to hang on to those types of experiences, because you learn a lot about yourself and how awful a situation can be before it becomes traumatic for you.
What kind of experiences do you mean? Like being faced with your own mortality in some way, or?
Yeah. So I mean, like pushed to the best way that I can describe it is pushed to the edge of the cliff, where you're teetering back and forth on the edge of a breakdown, or like some serious consideration of your own mortality, or just challenge of what you accept to be true, as what some people have said, or like what you need to be true in order to stay sane, and being on the edge of that cliff. And if you tip forward, like that's the way to significant trauma or mental illness. But if you just happen to teeter-totter yourself back away from the cliff, you're technically not mentally ill and you're not traumatized, but you can tip back in the right direction, and you still remember what it feels like to be on the edge of that cliff, which, even if it's not mental illness, it's definitely not healthy and it's not good. But I don't know. I hope
if you're able yourself to bring yourself back from the precipice, you might not be mentally ill. That's like a sign that you're able to handle.
I don't know. I guess so, but it's like, is it a sign that you're a strong person? I don't know. Probably not. It's.
Well, let me ask you this: when you're thinking about the idea of war with North Korea a couple of years ago, like you're talking about you being in that situation and like having your specific immediate mortality questioned, like whether you would have to actually go and start fighting. That seems like a totally different kind of mental hurdle to have to leap than anybody who's not in the military and in like a potential combat zone. Do you feel like there's like I don't know, do you feel like people who are potentially faced with that sort of thing are stronger, or that they have to withstand more? Like, do you have some sort of disdain for like people who are like not in the line of fire but still are feeling like their lives are not good enough to like be happy?
It's a super good and important question, and like being faced with this kind of thing, all you have is time to think about it and consider things like that. Like, what I have found is the people who are most likely to survive that kind of trauma are the people who aren't mentally equipped to even ask the question. People have done studies on, hey, whether people who are religious or people who are atheists, who is more likely to approach suicide or follow through with it. And overwhelmingly, studies have found that people that are religious, have something to look forward to or have a reason to keep living, whether it's scientifically rational or not, they'll go that way, or they'll be motivated by that. I think that people who are, I don't want to say less educated, but less equipped to even ask the question or consider, like, how big is it? How much is it going to hurt? What is this war going to look like? And what is that going to mean for the world? Is it a good thing or a bad thing? Not even what it means for me, but what it's going to mean, like, existentially for everyone. People that don't have the capacity to ask that question aren't traumatized when they're at the edge of the cliff because they don't even know that they're there, I don't think that stronger people are more successful when they're on the edge of that cliff. Am I stronger now for having been there and happen to have tipped backward in the right direction to have survived it? I mean, mentally, I'm saying, like, obviously I don't, to have mentally been able to have moved past it. I don't know. I guess so. I think so. I think I'm stronger. But there was also another piece of what you said that's like, I don't know. You said something else about like being strong or can the average person do this? Like, combat veterans, one thing that's very important that people need to remind themselves and tell military veterans to shut the fuck up about when they say it is combat veterans do not have a monopoly on post-traumatic stress, because they don't. And people that are the victims of abuse in all its forms that it takes, especially from parents or family members, that is very real and in some cases even more severe than any combat veteran could find in a place of war. And even though combat PTSD is the big sexy right now, like people still need to, recognize that what they've gone through is still significant hardship and not something that everybody survives, and that military veterans are not more human than other people. It's sometimes the best and the worst thing about them is they're kind of just like fucking everybody else. So I don't know, because I know that like you got listeners that have been through some really rough shit, and I hope nobody's saying, well, it's not as bad as having gone to war. Yeah, it is like that fucking bad. It's probably worse, in some cases. So I don't know.
There's something kind of interesting about that, though. Like you're talking about people who are not really thinking about or prepared for the precipice that we're talking about when it comes to war. Like, it's weird because, like, when we're talking about North Korea and like all wars that the U.S. has been involved in the past 50 years or whatever, like, we've never been involved in a war in the past 50 years that like was really like threatening the homeland or something. Like, the people who are at home don't really have to consider the real repercussions of war. Like, when it comes to war, we could just be like, well, it's going on somewhere else. So it's like, we aren't really dealing with it. But
it's like until 9/11, like people, I'm sure like you probably have listeners that have experienced 9/11 in some very close way, whether they live in New York City or they lost a family member, or like family member of a first responder. Like, all of that is such real and significant life-altering trauma that is very legitimate.
But even that, like, even 9/11, it's like is this weird thing where it's like, it's not like a nation specifically really that was like, it's their fault. It's like a terrorist group that's like within a nation. Like, what do you think would be the reaction if like just China someday just fucking blew some shit up in the U.S. or like had a little invasion? Like, do you think people would be? How do you think people would react to that? Like, would it just be everyone goes crazy and they're like, fucking, we want full out war? Or like, what do you think might happen?
Well, part of what we do is kind of study that for, like, people in the military study that for a living pretty much. And it's also really interesting. So some people read up on it for pleasure, but it's like you can read about certain experiments. Unfortunately, I can't remember the percentages here, but experiments where people are driven to a point of desperation, whether that's through human factors or like it could be the Zimbardo experiment, but just where people are driven to the absolute, brought to that edge, to that precipice, and how do they treat each other? People also read about like Holocaust victims, how some 10% of them maintain what we, non-traumatized people would consider like an honorable outlook on life. And like they still try to help each other, and they'll try to get out of there. They'll try to maintain a positive attitude. And then some like huge percentage of people are just trying to make through it, but not really trying to help anybody else, not doing anything significantly honorable. They're just trying to survive. And then there's also kind of a significant percentage of people that are willing to screw others over just to save themselves in those really significantly, not just life-threatening, but existential situations where, do I think that that's what it would be like in the U.S.? Yes, I think it would be total and absolute chaos. But no, I don't think it would be any different than what it was, in other situations like, the Holocaust, where you have people that are desperate, or any other point in history where people are hugely, massively desperate, whether they're willing to turn on their own family and friends just to survive or get what they want, or try to please their captors or the invaders just so they can survive for one more day. It's like,
do you feel like there is there some part of that the dynamic that plays into mental illness? Like, do you think it's more or less mentally ill? Let's say we were an occupied nation.
Yeah.
Let's say China just occupied us because we're like fucking weak, and
Sure.
and they started taking over en masse. Like, do you think that it's more or less crazy to be the sort of person who's like, I'm going to just try to live my life, work with China? This is not like something that I'm presenting as like this is what's going to happen, but it's just like in a totally hypothetical scenario. Is it more or less crazy to work with the invaders or to try to work against invasive forces for some other reason?
Well, I really don't want to show my hand in this way too much, but what that kind of the way that I would consider that situation is what I kind of see when people consider either being religious, like I said, or not being religious. Let's say you're faced with a huge question that doesn't have an answer, like some massive uncertainty, like will I live tomorrow? Will I live through this situation? Will I or my pregnant wife be able to deliver a healthy baby? And will we be able to like survive with them? Or it could even be, a more philosophical question like, what happens after I die? Like these huge uncertainties.
Like the massive uncertainty in this situation would be like, will China come out on top at the end? Like what am I fighting for? Like am I fighting for my future where China rules us and I must get in good quick, or should I fight for something that doesn't seem like the future?
Right. So when you're faced with a question like that, you have two options. You can either come to grips with like total despair, and because let's assume that China's going to get what they want and that we're going to lose, and that much is certain. Mm-hmm. You can either lie to yourself and say, oh, maybe we'll work this out, maybe I can give other people away, maybe I can bribe somebody, maybe I can hide, maybe I can do all of these little things, and you can lie to yourself and save your sanity. Or you can face that despair with total scientific level of honesty to yourself and honesty to the situation and say, there's no way I'm going to get out of this. I will not survive. And like, I don't know, like, I don't think anybody would be able to approach that cliff. No one would be able to approach that edge of the cliff and not topple over the edge and lose their sanity, So it's like, in that case, being irrational about it seems like the only choice to stay sane,
Right. That's like the weird thing. It's like if things were really changing that rapidly, like the sane thing to do would be to capitulate. And the insane thing to do would be to fight for yourself and your family and stuff.
Yeah. It's like that. Yeah. To maintain your sanity, you need to release your grip on a desperate and impossible reality. Like you have to, I don't know, man. I feel like I've already overstayed my welcome, and thank you
wacky shit.
for
we
talking
like
through this. But,
no, hey, it was great talking to you, man. I appreciate this.
Yeah, man. No, good stuff. And thanks to your other callers, and be looking forward to hearing what they have to say.
All right, nice. Have a great weekend, dude.
Yeah, you too. Take care.
Bye. Nice. Couldn't get it was getting too sensitive, this issue. International intrigue. What are you gonna do? Okay, I'm gonna take another break. I'm taking breaks whenever the F I feel like it today. I just have a lot of piss in my body today. It's there's nothing in particular besides that. Okay, wait. Okay, right, and I've got all this music. So, take another break here. We'll be back in 6-7 minutes. Okay. Oh wait. No. Okay. Good. All right, we're back. We're talking about mental illness. Your mental illness, your friends, your family, or what your opinions on mental illness. Anybody can call in. 518-288-7938. Who's this?
Call from
Yo, mama.
to
think it's-
accept,
I think
press
it's
1.
legato.
To send a voice.
Hello?
Hello.
Is this Legato?
God damn it.
Yeah!
You knew it. I actually only have a minute, but I just wanted to holler at you guys.
All right.
If you were talking about mental illness,
Yeah.
there's this person online called Gail Cord Schuler, I think, and she like has a crush on Data from Star Trek.
Dude,
and she
wait.
draws
What? Wait, say that all again. What is their name and who on Star Trek do they have a crush on?
that robot guy. That's his name, Data.
Data, yeah.
She's been writing a fan fiction about him and revising it over and over and over for the past 10 years of him being drugged and raped,
Oh God.
like behind the scenes, the actual actor
Brent
and stuff.
Spiner.
And she, yeah, Brent Spiner, and she made a children's book version of it.
Of the rape?
Yes.
How do you
and
know this
she even
person?
get-
Wait, hold on. How do you know this person? Is this just an internet person?
This is an internet person.
Okay, go on then.
Okay, her name is Gail Cord Schuler. That's it. And she writes about like Brent Spiner's real life being evil, and then with the Jesuits, Catholics, and they're drugging Brent Spiner and raping him all the time, or something. And she made even a movie where she does all the roles.
Do you think this is
But, yeah.
this is a good outlet? A good outlet?
Yeah. It's better than some of them. There's this other guy who just like stands there, stands in his basement naked, and he says, God entered my body as my body my own size. Like me passing into you. That's how he starts every video. But he's in his basement without pants on, just doing like yoga stretches. I can't remember his name. It's like Hickman. Hickman, that's what it is.
Dude, I know somebody with the last name Hickman.
Yeah, that's his last name. I'm blanking on his first.
All right, so what
Dude,
about
the-
these people? Are you interested in them? Is that why you're watching their videos or what?
Yes. They are very interesting. There was a guy called Terry A. Davis,
Oh yeah.
and he was amazing. But he was schizo as fuck.
Tell us
And he
a
was
little
always-
bit about Terry Davis.
Okay, well, he built his own operating system from scratch, right? And it's called Temple OS, but he did it especially so that he can make an algorithm and calculations of random numbers for yes or no questions to talk to God. And he thought it really, really worked because God told him to do it. But he got committed because one time at the DMV, he thought that the CIA was trying to get him to rape a kid that sat next to him. And he wigged out. And he even posted it on Twitter. He's like, the CIA has put a bait for me, but I'm going to shoot them, and they don't accept that. This dude was out of his fucking mind.
And he died, didn't he?
Yeah, he jumped under some railroad tracks.
My God.
And it's actually very sad. It's like he got so bad at the end, he was like, he attacked his father. And they had to put him out. And it really, really sucked. And he only lived like that for like 2 years almost. And he didn't make a lot of videos then.
You got any people like in your life that are of a similar cloth? They're a little bit crazy, and you don't know how to deal with them, or is this all just
No. Everybody's crazy. Everybody is crazy except for me.
How do you
better
mean?
not tell anybody I'm crazy, or I'll kill you because I am crazy as fuck. Just between you and me.
So what's the difference? Is it like does it take an especially crazy person to be crazy and also upload to YouTube? Is that the line?
No, I think YouTube facilitates people posting their mental illness pretty good. And I enjoy it. Bob Hickman, that's who I was thinking. Look up Bob Hickman. The dude has the funniest haircut. And, wait a minute. You got me off track. Gail Korshruger wrote a children's book, and it has all the illustrations. And it has Brent Spiner, like, bent over, and, like, they're shoving a cat in his ass and stuff.
My God. What if you just had to pretend to be a doctor for a few minutes? What do you think causes that specifically, where you become obsessed with Brent Spiner being raped by different entities?
I'm really not a psychoanalyst. I can't really tell you.
So it's just totally inexplicable. Just random craziness.
Yes.
What about yourself, though? You ever feel like you've got some random craziness inside you, Legato?
No, never. I just think everyone's out to get me, and I see things when I open my eyes, and I hear voices, man. And they told me to call the Minute Hour and kill you.
No, come on,
No,
Legato.
no, you know I'm different. You know I'm different. But either way, yeah, mental illness stuff. Go look at Gail Korshruger. She's freaking awesome.
All right, but what about this? Like, I want to get your opinion on just like, what do you think this is? Do you think it's like something you're born and you're just fucking crazy? Do you think it's like you had some sort of bad childhood experience and it sets you off on this crazy path? What do you think actually causes someone to be full on crazy? Is it have anything to do with anything anyone does, or is it just like you're born and that's like your thing? You're crazy.
Both. If you're talking about like neurosis, like the breakdown of the nerves, like it's like what am I trying to say? I don't know what the fuck I'm trying to say. I ain't a psychologist.
But I just want your personal opinion. We all know, we all agree. You're not a psychologist.
Okay. Well, either way, oh shit. Somebody got hit by a car. I gotta go.
Wait, Legato.
Yeah, I really gotta go.
Fucking answer my question. What the fuck?
No. Okay. Well, I'll call back after I check out this guy. It wasn't a car. It was a tow motor.
Okay.
He looks hurt. Okay, so he's gonna be fine.
What do you think it is? Do you think that it has to do? What is it? Is it nature versus nurture? That's the only question. Is like, what do you think?
It's both, because you could have degenerated nerves from birth, or you can degenerate them yourself with drugs, or you just might have a disease come up for you.
And for those people, like, do you believe in, like that they should be seeking out medication or doing something themselves, or like how do those people soothe their brain issues? What do you think?
The easy way, which is what all mental health people are doing nowadays, is just giving pills. But I don't think that's the correct way to do it.
What do you think?
Well, I guess just somebody to talk to, like a therapist, or yeah, that's pretty much it. Oh shit.
Legato. You never okay, so you're joking when you say that you've got, all these symptoms and stuff, but as a person, you must have had moments in your life where you made decisions that you didn't agree with, and like, do you think that like that's not me? That's some sort of degenerative thing going on with my brain, or do you think that, or is that something that like you personally have to resolve without seeing someone? What do you think personally?
Me personally, I think it's hard to diagnose yourself. So you have to get somebody else to diagnose you. Mm-hmm. That was the last part of the question. You asked multi-layered questions. I'm way too messed up to be talking about it.
Hell yeah.
So, I mean, dude, but I got to get back. Dabs, man.
You got to start dabbing again?
No, I guess if you wanna.
All right, wait. So then, for yourself, have you ever seen a counselor or a therapist or a psychiatrist? Anything in that realm?
Not many. Probably like 13.
So does that mean that generally you're fine? You're comfortable with yourself?
Yeah, most of the time. Unless somebody really pisses me off.
And that doesn't make
then
you
I'm okay,
feel
too.
when someone really pisses you off. You don't feel like, oh, this is my fault. I gotta see someone to figure out what the hell's wrong with me. How do you deal with it?
I try not to worry about things personally.
All right.
Something bullshit. But either way, I actually do have to go now. I made up the thing about the guy getting ran over by a tow motor. But there is actually a boss looking right at me, coming at me. So I'll catch you later.
All right, fine. It's good talking to you, Legato.
All right, catch you later.
Bye. Haven't heard from Legato in a while. Maybe we'll get some more regulars.
Call from
Hey, it's Ethan again.
Ethan!
Hey, what's going on, man? How you been?
Yo, pretty good. No complaints. What about you?
I've been good. I just moved into a new apartment. I've been making it my own. I've been started school again, back in classes. It's been good.
Is this your first time living on your own, or have you done that before?
I've done it before, but never on my never without roommates. I'm just in a 1-bedroom.
Oh.
Got the whole place to myself. I got 5 different tables to work on different shit.
Yeah.
It's nice. I think I might have a lab coming up that I have to go to in 40 minutes, but I've been sipping tequila all day. I don't know if I'm gonna go.
That's good. That's a good thing. Is that where's that come from? Is that a normal thing for you? Tequila during the day?
No, it's not. I don't normally by all day I mean since about 3 p.m.
Yeah.
But Eastern time, so it's been 3 hours.
I've never lived solely on my own. I've always had roommates. Every time.
You have roommates right now?
I live in my my younger brother's house, so yeah, I have my younger brother.
Oh yeah.
I'm an
I remember
intruder.
hearing that when the interview with Drew. Remember you mentioning that?
Yeah, I'm an invasive species in my brother's house. What is it like living totally on your own? Is that what was that like?
Well, it's nice because when the place I was living before was with my parents, and there were some things that were nice about that, but there were also some things that weren't so nice. I'm 24. I really have a lot of stuff as well. I do a lot of electronic stuff, and I have a shitload, a horde of electronics gear and lab equipment. Then I'm into video art, so I've got a whole shitload of CRTs, VCRs, and all kinds of old junk like Laserdisc players and stuff. And then I'm also into art, so I'll draw and stuff. So I've got a whole. It's just my room was way too small, and it is so much nicer to have room to move all my stuff around instead of having to keep it all in my room.
So then what about your own personal experience with mental health? Is that something you have personally struggled with or known your friends? Go on.
Yeah, I've got a history with my own mental health. In high school, I was a very angry child. I was put on Adderall. I was put on citalopram, which is I think brand name Celexa.
Yeah.
It's like a antidepressant. It didn't do much for me. I would talk to the school counselor a lot. I saw a lot of different therapists growing up, and none of them really did anything for me. I remember there was this one guy that was maybe late 20s, early 30s, that just really, really wanted to try to appeal to
what he thought was my demographic as a like 14 or 15-year-old kid.
Mhm.
And he like had like gelled, spiked up hair, and was like, "Yeah, do you listen to Skillet, bro? I love Skillet. You know Skillet?" and that was just, I just felt so pandered to. I was just like, I don't want to do this. This is But eventually, like really later on down the line, when I was like 19, 20, I on my own went to go and see a therapist, and eventually found one that actually worked for me. And I kind of got to a point where I have the tools now to get myself out of these negative thought loops, or out of these basically, just negative thought patterns that and I don't even really know why I'm saying negative, because one of the things she would tell me is that I shouldn't assign value judgments to any sort of emotion or thought. But I don't know. Some of the stuff she told me is still beyond me, but I feel like maybe one day it'll make sense.
Were they like, if not necessarily negative, like just obsessive thought cycles, where like you're stuck on a thought?
It's like they're not. It's like they're not. They're not negative or positive. They're not good or bad. They just are, and the only value judgment you could assign to them is whether or not they're going to help you to accomplish what you want to do. So if you're thinking to yourself, oh, I'm never going to be able to do this thing, or I'm afraid that these people don't like me. Well, if you think that people don't like you, it starts to become a sort of self-fulfilling prophecy, because you start to act like you think people don't like you. And then everyone notices that, realizes that that's how you're acting, and then they don't like you, you know? So it starts to, the value judgment shouldn't just be based on whether or not they make you feel good. It's like, is this helpful or is it not helpful? And
do you find that question specifically is hard to answer? I mean, like, you can think negatively about your actions in a very helpful way, can't you?
That's true. Yeah. I mean, I think it was helpful for some of the thoughts. Like, I mostly dealt with a lot of anxiety, paranoia, and depression. And especially the anxiety. Once I got the depression sorted out, it was just anxiety and paranoia. And I still have a fair bit of paranoia, but I don't think it's as bad as it once was back when I was doing like all those drugs, like I mentioned in the last call. I was like, there were times back during those bad days when I was convinced that certain people were just trying to ruin my life, that were just friends with me. And that sort of thing was kind of crazy. Looking back, my family was worried about me too, apparently. I didn't realize that they were.
When were you being prescribed Adderall, and also when were you being prescribed Celexa? Were those at the same time, or what?
They were at the same time. Yeah, I was like high school age. I think I was probably freshman year of high school all the way up to sophomore year, and then I switched psychiatrists and I got put onto Vyvanse, which was so fucking expensive.
Yeah.
It's like $250 per refill, which is ridiculous. But Vyvanse
That's
actually
like a month then?
Yeah, it's really expensive. Right, and that's like after insurance takes off the majority of the cost. It's so fucking crazy. But in Europe, this is just a side rant, but in Europe, Vyvanse costs $70 a refill, but in America it costs $250. Sucks.
It's interesting though, with Celexa and Adderall, like when I'm thinking of those, I think of them as solving kind of like opposite issues, right? Like being overly like being ADD or like overly stimulated, versus Celexa, which is like an antidepressant, which seems like the opposite of overly stimulated.
Yeah, I mean, I think the depression kind of contributed in a synergistic way to my ADHD because when I was like unmedicated on ADHD, the only thing I could focus on is something that is immediately interesting and rewarding to me, like video games. That was pretty much all I could focus on. But the Adderall made it so that I could focus on just about anything, but I would tend to focus on things that depressed me, like how much I wanted to end my life. So then I got put on on Celexa, and that sort of it didn't really help. I mean, I still felt angry and sad all the time, but it just kind of, I think, acted as a like it kind of kept me from being able to pull the metaphorical trigger. I never actually owned a gun at that time, so I probably would have killed myself with I don't know. I never really got that far in the planning stage anyway. But I did actually. This is probably one of the weirdest things that was the result of my intense high school depression and anxiety. Is I was talking to the school counselor, and she basically straight up asked me, "Have you ever thought about bringing a gun to school?" And I said, "I mean, I don't own one, and I've never really thought about like getting one, but I mean, I've had fantasies where I would like point a gun at the crowd of people, because I went to a religious school and we would have worship every Thursday where for an hour we'd have to go into this giant auditorium area. And I was like, yeah, I'd probably just go up there in front of everyone, shoot a couple rounds in the crowd, and then kill myself. And she was like, okay, well, you realize I'm going to have to, like, legally speaking, I'm required to notify your parents about this. And I was like, yeah, that's fine. They already know how fucked up I am. But I mean, like I was saying though, like I said to that counselor, this was all just something that I had fantasized about once or twice and had zero intention of doing. But I mean, I was asked the question. I answered honestly. I've thought about it, but I've never actually had any intention of doing that.
Has medication been effective for you then?
So after I was on Celexa, I got taken off of that and put on this drug called Remeron, which is a sleep aid and an antidepressant. And somehow I lucked out, and the second antidepressant I was prescribed in my entire life actually fucking helped. It actually really helped. And so Vyvanse and Remeron is what I'm on now. And that shit it works for me. It doesn't work for everyone, but it works for me. And I am so damn thankful that I am where I am now.
How do you mean that it works for you? Could you explain what you feel like it accomplishes for you?
So it's like when I'm not medicated on Remeron, it's like my moods are much more intense in either direction. Like if I'm having a good day, I'm having a really, really good day. And if I'm having a bad day, I'm contemplating suicide. But with Remeron, it's like if I'm having a good day, it's a pretty good day. And when I'm having a bad day, it's just kind of a bad day. It's not something worth ending my life over. It's not something worth like destroying everything I've worked for. It's just, a bad day, and I'll talk to somebody about it, like either a friend, my sister, my parents, or like a therapist, or I'll just, write about it or something in a journal, and the next day will be okay. So it's kind of like it put a fence around how extreme my emotions could get, so that I don't do anything stupid.
So is it kind of that your emotions are like kind of like this uncontrollable thing? It's like without, like, even though you know now, like you've been on medication and you have the experience of having a bad day and not wanting to kill yourself.
Mhm.
Are you giving that credit specifically to the medication where it's like if you weren't on that, like you would have these uncontrollable feelings, like they just kind of spring up and they're not within your logical control?
I would say for me, the mental illnesses that I deal with at this point, I think that if I had like a week where I couldn't take my medication, I think I would be okay. But there are other mental illnesses out there that are much more intense, like, psychosis or something, or schizophrenia, where they really do have no control over those things. But for me, I would say medication doesn't really do all the work, because at the end of the day, while you're on a pill that makes it so that you don't want to kill yourself, you may still be really, really unhappy all the time. And you have to do the work to get yourself out of that. You have to, for me, it was going to therapy a lot of times and communicating honestly and clearly with my therapist. I had to go to a lot of different therapists because there are, one therapist does not represent all therapists. There's a lot of different philosophies in that field.
Mm-hmm.
So you kind of have to shop around, unfortunately. And different ones will recommend different things. I had one therapist that just would, like, after every session would send me home with a bunch of fucking homework to do. And I was like, I'm in school right now. I don't have time to fill out your dumb papers. Like, give me the tools while I'm at the session, But maybe for other people that would work. I don't know. What I'm trying to say is that it's medication won't do all of the work for you. It'll just get you on level footing, I guess.
Are you still seeing therapists or counselors or?
Not as often as I used to. It's almost like a once every 6 months type thing now, because my therapist said that she thought that I was doing well enough that we could start spacing it out from just being once a week to once a month, and then from there, she said from once a month to like once every 6 months. So now I pretty much only call her up when there's some like sort of a big life decision or big change that I just don't really know if I'm thinking straight about it or not. But she always has some good advice for me.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's like you're pretty much independent from that, but you're still taking medication. Like, what's the last thing you're prescribed then? When?
It's just Remeron and Vyvanse and.
Oh, so okay, you're still on that.
Yeah. And my psychiatrist is really cool, and he also hooks me up with that 10 milligram instant release Adderall for an as needed, which is fucking great, because then I can just, if I need to stay at the library like super late, like into like up to 10 p.m. sometimes, I can just take one of those and then I can continue to focus into the night, which is just fantastic. But
do you think that there is any like I don't know, like are you concerned at all with people who maybe aren't feeling as ill as you have felt at times? Like, do you think that there is some sort of like I don't know, like people like an overprescription problem at all, or do you think that like it's a good thing people should seek out help, medical or counseling or otherwise? Like, is there any concern for you with the kids and stuff? Like, like you've got your own personal experience, but are there people who shouldn't be doing this, or is this something you
like
recommend for everybody?
Overprescription of like antidepressants or of Adderall and stimulants?
Either or. Like, do you like with your own personal experience is that's what you've got to go on? But
I mean, I'd say with antidepressants, I really don't know enough about like the consequences or like the risks versus benefits of prescribing antidepressants to a child whose brain and brain chemistry is still developing, also their entire body.
Right.
Because that could very well have a pretty big effect on their mental well-being later on in life.
Mm.
But I think that the medical community probably is also kind of still figuring that out. I mean, there are some of the older antidepressants that have a lot more data associated with them and a lot more studies associated with them. But the newer ones, like, I don't know, maybe it might just be like per a doctor's discretion, I guess.
Let me ask you this then, just to make it that maybe this is easier to answer. If you had a kid, how old are you?
I'm 24.
All right. So if you had a kid in a couple of years, and you noticed that your kid was just like it was abnormal, or not they were having trouble. They were not getting along well with the how things work. Like, would you be open or encouraging or discouraging of them seeking medical treatment? And at what age? Like, when do you think it's appropriate for someone to start seeing a therapist and then potentially a psychiatrist?
I would say, I would probably pursue therapy first. Mm-hmm. And I would want to be involved in at least 1 or 2 sessions with the therapist to see how they do things. Because as I said, there's a lot of different types of therapists.
Yeah.
And if that seemed promising, then I would probably just leave it with the therapy. If things got worse, if the therapist recommended, I would say go for medication. But do you in terms of the age, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's kind of like what I'm getting at, the age. Like, do you think there is an age specifically where you're like, at this point, we've got to seek medical help? Like, is there an age in the beginning where it's like, everything's kind of up in the air, we haven't really decided what you're like yet? Like, is there a specific age where you're like, all right, now you've got to start seeing a therapist because you are too crazy?
I'd say, man, puberty. Probably when puberty hits, that is when my brain started becoming weird. And I think that's when a lot of people's brains start becoming weird, is when the hormones start going crazy. And, you go through all these different phases as a kid. And I think I probably should have been seeing a therapist when I was in 6th grade.
What's that, like 11,
and that's
12,
just 12
me.
Years
old, maybe?
Yeah. And I think I did at some point in 7th grade. But there are just some things that you can learn in therapy that just don't really get taught by parents, by school. It's like a way of thinking about how you think, and a way of thinking about how your emotions influence your thoughts. Mm-hmm. and realizing that, and then kind of controlling it. And that sort of thing is some people go their entire lives without ever knowing that. They're like a trash bag in the wind when it comes to their emotion. They just act on impulse, and you can hurt a lot of people, including yourself, living that way. And I feel like the earlier you learn it, the better.
Is the idea of having like a third party, like a therapist, is a part of that have to do with like they are kind of devoid of the power dynamics, and just like, like your with your family,
exactly.
Like your parents and stuff, it's like, you can't help but have a whole lifetime relationship with your parents. Like they do remember all the mean things you ever did to them, and you remember all the mean things your parents ever did to you, like especially when you're younger. Mm-hmm. Like, is that part of it then? Like with your therapist, like it's just a sort of neutral third party that you can discuss
exactly
them.
You can tell them. It's like how it's similar to how I'm talking to you, and I'm telling you all these intimate details of my life, because you're not related to anybody that I know, as far as I know.
Right.
And it's the same sort of thing with a therapist. Except with a therapist, they are legally bound to not tell anybody about what you tell them.
That's a great
thing. Unless you tell them that you're about to kill somebody or you're about to kill yourself. Then they are legally bound to tell someone.
That's right. Don't do that. Don't tell your therapist.
Yeah. So if you're gonna murder someone, don't tell your therapist that you're going to do it. And then you can do it. And I mean, you're probably gonna get caught anyway. But anyway, that was supposed to be a joke.
No, it's a weird specific thing because this is part of my problem with psychiatrists and the problem that I had personally with them. Extremely personal problem. It's not something I'm trying to say that like is common, but I had this terrible girlfriend, and she was kind of like really wanting me to see psychiatrists, and I saw a psychiatrist for a while, and she would phone up the psychiatrist and tell him that I was thinking of killing myself when it wasn't even true, and like it would cause this crazy. There's this crazy chain reaction where I felt like I was like my psychiatrist gonna start like calling the police on me because my crazy ex-girlfriend told him that I was gonna kill myself when I wasn't.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's some fucked up shit.
That is messed up.
That's like such a weird thing that occurs with mental health, and the killing yourself question is like, we want as a society people to not fucking kill themselves. We want to try to avoid that as much as possible. But like there's not really great systems in place for how to deal with that. It's all kind of the honor system.
Yeah. And it can be difficult because psychiatrists can take on the assumption that the person that they're talking to, the patient, is not sane, and anything that they say should be taken with a huge grain of salt because they're not sane.
Right.
And they can basically just make that judgment very early on in a relationship, and then they'll think, okay, this person that recommended they go, they must be sane because they recommended somebody go to a therapist.
Mm.
People can take advantage of that, and that is not good when that happens. And
it's this very weird thing of like, when you're talking about, things that are in your mind, actions that you are potentially going to take. Like that's a very, very wishy-washy subject. It's like it's hard for me to determine like what you should take seriously. I mean, if a person themselves says, "Hey, I'm gonna fucking kill myself," like that's pretty serious. Like, if they decided themselves to say that to somebody, like that's a pretty big deal. But there's just this weird thing where it's like it's can you believe the person you're talking to, and are they so crazy you need to like not listen to them and listen to their significant other? Or I feel like it gets very muddled.
Yeah, I would say to avoid a situation like that, I would just go to a therapist of your own will without any sort of contact with, like, don't give them contact with any of your other like family members or significant others. When you're filling out an emergency contact, I guess just put down like a false number or your own number in the paperwork. But that I'm thankful that that's never happened to me. But I think your ex should probably have been the one in that session seeing the therapist, not you.
No, but I know what you mean. Like, what you're talking about is like, and this is a feeling I've had definitely. Is like going to a therapist. You want it to just be a clean start, and you are able to just explain. This is the hard part about going to any therapist. You kind of have to explain from the beginning all your problems, everything. And like, it's hard to go from therapist to another one because then you have to start all over again, and you have to. Like, it takes a long time. It takes many, many, many sessions before you feel like your therapist or counselor like actually has any sort of understanding of what you're going through.
Yeah, and I mean, it's like getting to know someone. You know, they have to get to know you, and you have to get to know them. And when I went to this most recent therapist that actually ended up working out for me, I explained that exact same thing to her. I was just like, you know, I don't even know where to start. Like, we're gonna have to go through a lot of shit to be able to catch up to now.
Mm-hmm.
And the funny thing was, she just told me, okay, well, you know, look, I'm like 80 something. All right. If I had to go through everything that my life has had in it and all the stuff I've gone through, it would take probably like 5 years just sitting here going through sessions.
Mm-hmm.
So instead, let's just start with what's bothering you right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, okay. So then I talked about something that had happened within like the last week or month.
Mm-hmm.
And we just worked from there. Like, you know, all of the stuff that happened like 10 years ago or 5 years ago or 2 years ago, you know, those scars have mostly healed over now. And if we need to go back into them, that's what we would do. But if not, I mean, I guess, you know, you don't really need to talk about it because the tools, at least the ones that I was given, the tools that you learn to use to deal with something that has happened recently can be applied to everything. Like, I wish that I had kept better notes when I was in those sessions, because I would bring a notebook with me so that I could write down the stuff that she would tell me. But some of the stuff that she would say was really like, I mean, she was definitely like a 60s type, like hippie, like original hippie. And a lot of the stuff that she would say, me coming from an engineering background, was just like, okay, that's just a load of shit. But I mean, that's one way of thinking about it, I guess. If it helps you, it helps you, but it doesn't help me. But then I'd tell her that, and she would say, okay, well, let's think about a different way. And she would explain it in a way that worked for me, more pragmatically, I guess. So, yeah, I mean, for anyone that's out there that's listening to this, that's considering to go to therapy, you don't actually have to explain everything that's happened up until now. Just go in there and start with what's bothering you right now and work from there. You know, it's not super hard to explain something that happened like last week.
All right, that's a great thing to end on. Thank you for calling me, dude.
Yeah, thanks for picking up. I appreciate it. It's always great talking to you, man.
Hey, have a great weekend.
All right, you too. Thanks.
Bye.
See you.
Oops. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to dissuade people from pursuing therapy.
Call from. To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press
What?
2.
Hello? Hello?
Oh my fucking God.
Who's this? Oh, God.
It's Big B.
Hey, Big B. Good to hear from you, Big B. How you doing?
Hey, man, you know, every time you have one of these crisis podcasts, I got to come in and put my dick of input in.
Are you pro crisis or anti? Are you what's your stance?
I'm pro
on
crisis.
Okay, what's your stance on mental illness here? So you're pro? You think people should be mentally ill?
Yes, if you're not mentally ill, what the fuck are you doing? No, but yeah, I'm gonna step outside real quick because I gotta have room to scream.
Big B, please don't do coke on the stream.
I won't, man. We're doing good today. I woke up like 2 hours ago. I don't want to.
Okay, nice. You're
piss
fresh.
on my day already.
Good.
And that, hey, you know, that wouldn't be right for the mental illness podcast. You know, that set a bad precedent.
Right, you'd be triggering. Everybody would start doing coke as soon as they heard you doing it.
Oh my God, yeah.
They'd be.
I mean, look,
calling up
like
their
I'm no pillar of mental health whatsoever, but I gotta say I kind of disagree with what the last guy said, just because
Okay.
I personally, I have never had a therapist or psychiatrist I enjoyed, and any prescription I've been prescribed is usually ended pretty poorly. So
All right.
my thing is like, you know, go to the fucking gym, work out if that's your thing, or do drugs and cope. You know.
Okay. At what point were you first seeing therapists or counselors or whatever?
Probably end of 8th grade into high school. My buddy got me banned from Xbox Live, and I wrote like kill, and I put his name on my arm, like I wrote it on there. I posted it on like 2013 Instagram, and my teacher found it and told my parents, and they're like, all right, yeah, you got to go to therapy.
Your teacher found it? You've got teacher police on Instagram?
Basically, yeah. It was like my fucking 8th grade math teacher. This was after I had left 8th grade, too. This was in the summer.
Wow.
Yeah.
And they
Thanks,
did,
Mr. Whipple.
they went through the proper channels. They contacted your parents. You're through the institution. They decided you must seek out help.
Yeah, basically.
Dude,
And
when I was in
had this,
college, there were all these there was a terrible epidemic going on and I would get emailed about this constantly of like people writing terrible vandalism on whiteboards, like things that would just like, you know, they would like they were obviously offensive. And at one point I got this email about like somebody wrote muff, the word muff, on a whiteboard, and like is like the school-wide email to the entire student body of just like, if this offends you, if this hurts you, please seek out our counselors, because like we obviously know the word muff.
Not even cunt, just muff.
Muff, which is a totally friendly word, you know.
Yeah.
Like muffy, or you know. And then I had responded to this group email, and I claimed responsibility for it. I didn't do it, but I was like, yes, that was me. I also have written "kill the whites" on an elevator, and I just like made up these things that I had supposedly done, and they emailed me because it was just so fucking stupid, like a fucking muff. Like it's just, I would love to just be the guy who was known as like, I wrote muff on the whiteboards, and it stopped everything for a day because we can't possibly bear to see muff written anywhere. But the kill the whites,
my grandest act of terrorism.
The kill the whites thing was like, I thought that was like a totally inoffensive thing to say, because it was like, it's the whites, you know, nobody gives a shit about them. And I got an email back that was like, would you like to meet me in my, like from the dean of students, would you like to meet me in my office and discuss these things? And I said like, no, fuck you. And it just never carried on from there. They just ignored me from that point on. But anyway, yeah, so
God damn.
I forget what
how
that was even fucking related, but the point is just that people will go insane about the smallest thing.
Oh, especially in college, yeah. That's it's like a sensitivity 101, you know.
There was like
I did.
No, go on.
I did college briefly, and in my short time there, I did about 1 full year. I did a summer course, and then I did a fall course, and then I got academically suspended.
Mm-hmm.
But I also saw a counselor at college who was just fucking god awful, man. Just fucking terrible. Just like this real soft-spoken, skinny white dude who was like, okay, we're going to do these breathing exercises now. I want you to close your eyes and inhale and hold it in, and then I'm going to need you to exhale. Mm-hmm. And it was so horseshit to me, because they made me go because my dorm got raided, and they found some stuff, and they were like, all right, yeah, you gotta see a fucking counselor.
What did they find? Did they find like terrorist plans for you to bomb
No,
the
they
school?
found a gram of weed.
You're mentally ill.
Yeah, dude, I'm a sicko, dude.
Dude, I could have told you that. I talked to you for 2 seconds, and I already know right off the rip. This dude is fucking fucked up.
Yeah, dude, I smoke that Taliban weed, bro. I'm crazy, dude.
Oh my god.
You remember when Nashville got bombed? Me.
Oh yeah, that was okay. I don't want to get
That
into
was like
all
kind of badass.
It was cool. I was gonna say the same thing. Like that was pretty cool. As far as domestic terrorism goes, like that was about as good as it gets.
Yeah, I mean, all my buddies like lost signal for a few days, so I thought, hey, he made an impact for sure.
Exactly. And he didn't even kill anybody except himself.
Yeah. Good guy.
Dude, there was this hilarious thing. I remember the fucking news articles when this was coming out. This paragraph kept it appeared in an AP News article, and because it's like AP News, like they reprinted it in like every other story that was about this was this one paragraph where it was like, and it said this specifically, and for reasons we may never know, the bomber played the song Downtown right before exploding his van in downtown Nashville. Like they're just acting so like it was like just some sort of like there must have been some sort of higher meaning to why he played downtown in downtown. And it kept reappearing. I kept like follow-up news articles. It was like, and again, for reasons we may never know, this guy played the song Downtown.
He's like the taxi driver, man. He couldn't take it anymore. He stood up.
Dude, but we may never understand fully why he played the song Downtown. Can you imagine that? Why would someone do? Wait, why would he do that? Why would he play Downtown in downtown?
I'm actually kind of curious because like, what's the fucking connection
between downtown and downtown?
Do you actually think it's because he was downtown? He wanted to play downtown.
Yes.
He blew himself the fuck up.
Yes. Because he was fucking downtown.
No.
Downtown. Things will be great.
I gotta hear this song.
Downtown. It's called Downtown, and he was downtown. All right, anyway. Sorry.
And then he went downtown, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, hell yeah. All right. Anyway, I got really excited about that because I was really, I couldn't understand why the news couldn't figure out the connection between downtown and downtown.
I feel like it's too easy of an answer to say he was just downtown, so he wanted to hear down fucking town, you know?
But he was downtown. Why can't we accept that? It's a great song.
Okay, well,
he was downtown.
What if he was listening to like My Chemical Romance, bro? What if he was just in his fields, you know?
That would be fine, you know? If the news said for reasons we may never understand, he was playing My Chemical Romance, I'd be like, all right, you're right. I can't possibly understand that. But when it comes to downtown and in downtown,
maybe it's like a song his dead wife played or something.
They couldn't even float the theory. Perhaps he played downtown because he was downtown. They're just like, no, we this is fucking. We've never seen something so crazy as a man playing downtown. All right, anyway,
I can totally picture who's Kumo's brother that's on like CNN.
Oh, Cuomo? Chris Cuomo?
Yeah.
Chris Cuomo?
Yeah. I can picture him being like, we will never know why he played downtown while he was downtown.
Exactly. Chris Cuomo is the only guy we can believe saying that statement.
Hey, maybe Andrew Cuomo too, you know?
Do you have any words you want to say about Andrew Cuomo?
Hey, you know, like if you want to kiss people on the lips, like it's an Italian thing, you know. I get it. Like,
exactly, it's fine. It's fine.
I'm okay with that, you know. Like I mean, I think he's kind of a douchebag. I don't keep up with politics. I just don't like his face, but you know,
no. He really is a terrible
that's
governor.
my own thing.
He really is a terrible governor. But it was hilarious. The Fox News lower third that was like, Andrew Cuomo is resigning. Andrew Cuomo says, I'm not a pervert. I'm just Italian.
Look, man, there's too much racism against Italians in this goddamn country.
You're so right. Okay.
God.
Anyway,
Think about it, man,
we're
like-
getting so off topic, dude. Wait.
All right, yeah, you're right. You're right.
I don't remember where
Yeah,
we
mental
were.
health. Well, let me ask you. So, I know you've been around the block with therapy. I mean, what do you think about all that stuff? What do you think about prescriptions? Like personally.
I feel like with my own experience, I was never really crazy enough to warrant needing medication. I think that there are people who, like, specifically people who are like on the edge of like a psychotic break. Like, that to me seems like a totally reasonable time to take some sort of medication to try to like sort of just like give you a little bit of wiggle room and sort of even you out a little bit. That seems okay. But for me, it's like all the people who are like me, and just I've known lots of people who are just semi crazy like me. It's like not really like a pervasive. It's not like my craziness is gonna ruin my life. I'm not gonna go out someday and just like go totally psycho and think like I gotta start killing people for God or something. Like, for people like me, I think counseling and therapy is a decent thing, just like talking to someone, but medication is kind of is a little bit overkill.
Yeah, it's a little extreme.
What about
I
you
agree
though?
with that
With like
100%,
your
yeah.
friends and stuff, did you have friends and or lovers or anything, like people who like you knew personally who you felt were really crazy and they needed that kind of help? Or has everyone you've ever known has just been like pretty normal, or maybe needed just some counseling? Or what do you think?
So a lot of people I know have been in the same boat I was in, and it's like you're overprescribed basically. Like I was told like I needed prescriptions from a pretty early age. Like off the bat, like I didn't really know what was up with it, and I was like, yeah, sure, I'll take them, just because the doctor's giving it to me, And with a lot of people I know, especially with like my family members, like they are incredibly overprescribed on prescriptions and stuff, and it seems like incredibly pointless to me, because I think the drugs that we put people on just what's the word, sort of like aggravate that psychosis, like you can't take an antidepressant or Adderall or basically any prescription drug and then cold turkey stop whenever you want. Like you have to taper off, you have to do all this fucking shit.
Mm-hmm.
And like with me, I was prescribed Adderall for a while, and I abused it a little bit and went overboard, ran out early at one time, cold turkeyed it, and just went insane for like 2 weeks. I was off my rocker, completely psychotic. Like I got checked into an institute for about a week, and they put me in the adult ward with like, I was probably like 17, 18 at the time, and there were a bunch of like, like old, actually mentally insane people, like One Flew Over, basically, type shit. And I was so fucking pissed off all the time. And there was like this one old crazy lady that came up to me, and she was like, "Oh, my grandson, how are you doing?" And I was like, "Dude, fuck off, like get away from me, like get the fuck away from me." And I don't know, I think at least with the people I know, everyone just gets put on it too fast rather than take the therapy route, which I think is the right thing to do. Having someone to talk to is probably the most important thing you can have. It doesn't even have to be a therapist either. It can just be a close friend you can open up to, or even a journal too, like just writing your thoughts down. I think that shit's so fucking important,
Sure. That's part of what I think like people find effective about therapy is like not having a past with your therapist. Like that's like the difficult thing about opening up to friends is like they maybe know like too much about you. It's harder to like be totally honest or some way, whereas like if it's just some stranger, you can kind of just It's easier.
I mean, kind
to
of like
be
what I'm doing
honest.
right now.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I honestly, I find these podcasts whenever I can get on, like I think they're incredibly helpful to me. You know, I know kind of fucked around the last one, but you know, when I called in for the addictions podcast, like I thought that was incredibly healthy just to open up and talk about that stuff. You know.
Hey, so what do you think about self-medication then? Because that's obviously something that we both do to some extent. It's like, you know, like as much as I want to be big man, like I don't need no fucking therapy. I'll just live my own life. It's like I still smoke and drink and all that shit. Like, and all those things are definitely related to my whatever anxiety or whatever. It's just like, you know, I is that a better thing? Is that more valuable to be self-medicating, or is that also something that needs to be nipped in the bud?
I think they're both on the same playing grounds. Really, it's all about how you utilize it. Like, if you abuse the substances that you recreationally take, you're gonna regret it in the end, and you're not gonna end up better than where you were. But at the same time, if you can use them correctly and find benefit in that, then all the better, you know. But personally, no, I wouldn't recommend it, and I wouldn't say it's the best thing for you, but it is an option, you know. And I think, at least in my world, it's easier to get a hold of that stuff than it is to like go to a doctor and open up, and then, you know, like down the line they give you some sort of medication. Like, I think all the better if you can get it all out early on your own and then sort of, you know, learn from there.
Let's think about like weed specifically. Weed, which is becoming more and more legal across the country, and is like, you know, even in a mainstream sense, sort of sold as like a medication to anxiety, general anxiety. Do you think
I would
that's
say
like
that's-
okay? Yeah, go on.
It really just depends on like who you are as a person. Because I don't know about you, but I can barely smoke anymore, man. Like I'll take 2 or 3 puffs and I'm fucking ripped off the bat. And if I go too far, I get really anxious and I shut down and I just like, you know, I want to lay down and put on some Star Trek and fucking chill the fuck out, you know. But it works for some people, and I think it's all a mindset. Like, if you believe, or if you're motivated and you have something to do when you smoke, it can potentially make you more interested or better at what you do, but at the same time, it could be just as detrimental. And if you're like a lazy person, it's going to add on to that, and you're just not going to do shit, you know?
Mm-hmm. That's sort of what I'm getting at, is like whether these medications, whether they're self-prescribed or prescribed by a psychiatrist, like, you know, is it something that's helping you? It probably helps you on a day-to-day basis, but is it helping you in the long term? Is it like a way to avoid your own personal growth, like to actually reckon with the things that make you intensely anxious or something? Like, I feel like personally, my own relationship with weed, you know, I would like to not smoke weed ever, really. Like, I think that would mean that I was doing better. Like, I feel like when I do it, it's because I'm trying to feel better about like being less productive or like just trying to become at ease with the things I'm anxious about. But like, wouldn't it be better if I was able to just reckon with those things without chemical substance?
I mean, you know, everyone has anxiety. Like, it's always going to be there, and it's all about how you cope with it. And, you know, some people exercise, some people drink when they get home, some people smoke, you know, and you can never really point to one and say that's the right move, but you just got to find the one that works best, that isn't going to harm you in the long term, and run with that, basically, at least in my opinion, you know.
Yeah. All right, hey, dude, thank you for calling in again.
Hey, thanks. I'm sorry for taking up so much of your fucking airtime, bro.
No, not at all, dude. It's great talking to you, man.
I love you, man.
Hey,
Always great talking to you.
Talk to you soon, all right? Have a great weekend.
You as well, bro. See ya.
All right, bye. Nice. Okay, I'm going to take one more break. I think we're going to do like another hour or so after this last break. We'll probably be calling it quits after that. Yeah, okay. Maybe 6-7 minutes. And I'll be back. We're back. I'm gonna go on the boys. Ew.
Oh shit! You always come in with a yo.
Yo. It's my catchphrase, my call sign.
It's like you're not loud enough on the stream. Then you come into the chat and it's just like piercing. You just yo right in my brain.
You don't like it?
It's startling. It's startling.
That's what I want. I want to get you like friggin' like in fight or flight mode as soon as I'm in here.
Get those endorphins going. And I'm going to kill you. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You're not gonna fly. You're gonna fight.
What would you do if I did the fly option? I just disconnected.
That'd be funny if I just say, "Hey, yo," and everyone leaves at the same time.
Yeah, everyone. I'm the only person here, dude.
Yeah, you're right, dude. All right, so the floor is yours, Moxie. I won't even pretend to have any control over the situation. It's whatever you want to say, whatever you want to talk about.
Okay. Well, first of all, I saw that there was some guy in the chat who also said that they lived in San Jose, and I was going to like leave a personal message for them. But then they fudged off. They left. So you know what, JJ? Sorry, I'm not going to talk to you personally anymore. I was going to tell you about the Capitol Flea Market and the strategies for shopping there. Not going to happen anymore.
This is the Moxie famous account of mental illness is how you handle flea markets and grocery shopping.
Oh God, the flea market, the Capitol Flea Market is amazing, dude. Poor JJ, he's gonna miss out, dude. I bought stuff at the flea market and I sold it on eBay. I did that for like 3 years. That's how I made a living. He's gonna miss out. He loves video art. He doesn't know. If he doesn't go to the Capitol Flea Market, he's a bitch.
What is the Capitol Flea Market?
It's at a drive-in theater. It's off of Capitol and Snell, I believe is the crossroads. It's Wednesday through Sunday. Hold on a second. He might listen back. He might hear this. He doesn't deserve it. He left.
Okay, so you don't want to talk about this.
I'm not going to talk about it. JJ should have stuck around for the entire stream. JJ, if any of you know JJ, contact him. Tell him to go back to this point, and he will be disappointed.
How do you even know he left? What did he say? Goodbye?
I saw in the chat. He's like, "Oh, I gotta head out." Oh. What is it, like 4 something in California? What are you going to bed?
Anything else you wanna say about JJ before we talk about whatever your next topic is?
Yeah, I know JJ's behind me. He missed out.
Okay, good. All right, good. Wait, Moxie, before you fly away, wait, you're not gonna do that. That's not in your nature at all. You're the fight kind, right?
Well, I am not like a fight in the moment sort of fella. I'm more of I'm going to take note of this and then destroy you in the future sort of fella.
Oh, we were talking about grudges earlier. There was a guy. Maybe you were listening earlier. There was a guy who was talking about like dissociative identity disorder or something.
Oh yeah, DID. I wrote a paper about that in college. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I was asking him specifically, and I was thinking about you when I was asking this. About like how that affects whether he holds personal grudges, and he says he can't even remember his grudges, so he can't possibly hold them.
Yeah,
you're like the opposite of that. You.
Oh
hold
no,
grudges.
I've got a very singular mind, and I will hold grudges for years, decades, for sure.
Good. Any.
I'm a nasty little bitch.
You ever think about me when it comes to your grudges and how I have to deal with them, and I have to mitigate your grudges against the other people we collaborate with?
No, I think more about how I have to mitigate your grudges and your personality.
What are you talking about? With what?
Hey, come on. I know there's been times where shit has happened on the server, and I will message you and be like, don't go and freak out in the morning. Think it over. You act on impulse. I am calculated. I will destroy people in a calculated way, and you will like react in a very immediate, emotional way.
It is
So like you are the emotional person. You're the emotional destroyer, and I am the calculated destroyer. And together we could destroy the entire world.
I do feel like that where I will say things immediately in the moment, and I always regret them, and I always feel bad, and it's like I wake up the next morning, I'm like, geez, like I went too far or something. You're the opposite. You hold on to those feelings and you wait for the right moment.
Oh yeah, of course. Like you don't want to like when in the moment people are really emotional and they are irrational, and like nothing good is going to come out of it. If you can like a day later, a week later, calculate, like, well, here's the situation, and then go off of that. But this makes me sound like a psychopath. What are we doing?
Yes. I'm just an innocent boy. I accidentally say things I don't mean. But you, Moxie, you fucking think about it. You wait for the moment to strike.
Somebody's got to think. Remember how many times that you were going to like write shit for like the mod shit?
No.
And I had to I rewrote it for you to make it less antagonistic and shit.
Yeah, because I always write things that just like, I'm going to write this big, long thing, and like...
You wake up at like 6 a.m. and you go like, I'm going to write this shit immediately. And I go, hold on, stop. Let's be diplomatic about this.
Right. My whole idea is like, I'm going to try to make everyone feel bad. I'm going to like, that's going to be the through line of this message is that like, how dare you fucking like do this to me, to make me write this message, and then you rewrite it to make it palatable,
acceptable, yeah,
for the general audience. That's what's weird though. It's like we're both we're both want to hold grudges, but you can still talk to people in a like an acceptable way.
Well, because here's one thing. I am not an artist at heart. I'm a worker. Like, everything that I've done, I've worked on, whether it was doing a landscaping job or the AV for something, or it was doing, a demolition job, you actually have to talk to the clients and like, be diplomatic. A lot of artists, I think, just like get into something and they go like, no, it's this way, and that's the only way. Like you have to learn how to talk to people. You have to know how to like, the schmaltz or whatever of like, oh yeah, here's some old Jewish lady who wants to redo her bathroom, who's a goddamn nightmare to deal with. You have to know how to talk to her and like, do the job. And that's just how it is in like, the actual world of working. I don't think a lot of artists know that.
I agree. As an artist, I agree because
gross. Yuck.
Yeah. No, I know. This is the good thing about our dynamic, though, is that I feel so entitled to everybody just agreeing with me all the time. That when that doesn't happen, it's like it's mind blowing.
Yeah, well, I think that's the thing too, is like a lot of artists have they think that art has value unto itself.
Okay.
And most of the time it doesn't. Most people don't give a shit about art, Good. If I went to the Capitol Flea Market with JJ,
mm-hmm.
and like, none of those people there that buy and sell, they don't give a shit about anything. Like they're just trying to sell some shit, and a lot of them are really intelligent people, probably more intelligent than college artists.
Mm-hmm. 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 Did you have to deal with what is your experience then with dealing with this artist phenotype that you're talking about?
To be honest, artists have pushed me away from art as as anything to do with any sort of profession. Like now, I basically just want to do physical labor and do art on the side, and not have to worry about art being anything to do with how I make money. Like art has dealing with artists has completely destroyed my my idea of art.
Specifically artists who are trying to make like a career out of their art?
Yeah, well, I mean, to be successful as an artist now, you have to do like all the mainstream shit, you know? Like there's people that go on YouTube, it's all very formulaic. If you find somebody who's doing their own shit, it doesn't get pushed by the algorithm. It's not really mainstream. It's not very profitable. The only people who can actually do what they want to do are the people who have another source of income, right?
Mm.
They have another source of income, and then they do their art as a hobby, as a passion, and they do whatever the hell they want, and they don't give a shit what people think. And I think that's the way to do it.
And that's the Moxie famous method. I mean, with your YouTube, you're not trying to get people.
Well, you know me, I'm trying to get the right people and push away everyone else. That's why I use I use a different name, you know. I don't want people to associate one project that I do with another project I do. I split everything up so that like it's not one audience moving over to another thing and liking it because they know it's me. They need to actually like the content. And that's why like nobody likes my content because it is very harsh and it's shit. That's what I want to do.
You had a video recently where you're talking about YouTube just like randomly deleting your comments.
Oh, that happens to all YouTubers.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty hardcore. And it's weird. Yeah, it's weird the shit that they delete. It's always like the most mundane shit in the world. They'll just delete those comments. And then like, yeah, you get the notifications, get the emails, you go look at it and go like, why did YouTube delete this shit? I don't know.
It used to be like, like this has been a gradual thing with YouTube. Like they used to just automatically delete comments that like, had the word Jews in it or something, or like, suicide,
like stuff
kill
which
yourself.
could be, which was like, oh yeah, this is most likely to be unsavory, something like that.
But now
it's way more mundane now. It's weird what they're deleting now.
What was it they were deleting with your videos? You made a specific thing on it.
Yeah, there was one video. Most of the comments were deleted. Like there was one comment that went through and there was like 4 or 5 which were deleted. And one of them was just :3, like a cute kitty face, That was deleted instantly.
Like you get an email about it, a notification that says someone just commented :3, and then you look for it, and YouTube is already.
And I go to the video, and it's deleted. Absolutely, it's insane. It's insane what they're deleting now. Like there's so much normal shit which is being deleted by YouTube. Like I'm really, really, really hands off with my YouTube shit because I don't really want to do YouTube shit. I want to make videos that I want to make. I put them out there. If people watch them, cool. If they don't, I don't really care. I was going to make them anyways. But like seeing what is deleted is actually really, really amazing.
It's weird because like I'm the same way. I've never deleted YouTube comments, but there are like tons of comments that get deleted just like by YouTube, and they're totally innocuous. Like not even stuff that's like obvious spam at all. Like, it's not like they're deleting things because they have like links in them. Like, I still get shitty spam comments all the time. That's just like obviously just like that. There's like this comment that's just like a timestamp and then a link to some unrelated website underneath it. Like,
oh yeah, it's
those
like
get through.
Shortened link. Yeah.
Those are not spam. It's just random people commenting their own opinions that are spam.
And then people too, like, if you are really hands off and all this shit is being deleted, they think maybe you're doing it.
Right.
Like,
exactly.
You don't like their. It's like
you can't handle it.
Yeah, it's a reflection on you as. I mean, I don't want to use like, the buzzwords like creator and shit like that, but like as someone who just like puts stuff out there, if people think that you're deleting their innocuous comments, they're just like totally innocent, whatever comments, and they're just like, oh, this guy hates me. It's bizarre what is like being filtered by the algorithm. Yeah.
It makes you look really like weak, where it's just like you can't handle.
Yeah, it's like
90% of the comments
this.
you get. Like, don't say that to me. Don't say :3. That's not okay. I'm offended by that. I have to delete that immediately.
I can't handle this old school emoticon. It has to be yellow face, okay? Delete that text shit.
All right. So, Moxie, we were talking about on the last call before the break, we were talking about a little bit of self-medication, because we've been talking on the stream about medicating and diagnoses and psychiatric prescriptions for mental illness. And then on this last call, we were talking a little bit about self-medicating with drugs, illegal or legal. What's been your experience with drugs?
Okay, well, to be honest, I need to go to the bathroom really bad right now. I'm going to go take a piss.
No, wait, no.
I am going to go take a piss.
I'm not going to wait. I'm not going to wait for you. Why do you think
you have to? You have to.
Will you take us into the bathroom with you? Do you have a mobile mic right now?
No, not at the moment. You're just going to have to wax poetic about drug use for about a minute, and then I'll come back and I'll tell you what.
All right, fine. Are you
I'm going now. I'm going in 3, 2, 1 now.
All right. Well, fucking Moxie. I told him on Discord, like, hey, we're coming back in a couple minutes. And he's like, oh, I got so much shit to say about drug use. And I'm like, okay, great, perfect. Just be there when I'm about to start. And he's there, and then he just fucking leaves. God damn it, son of a bitch. Okay, anyway. I'm going to be going on this road trip. I'm going to be visiting Moxie for the first time. I've never met Moxie in person before. I've just had these terrible, this fucking awful audio relationship with Moxie. And I already know, like, when I get there, I'm going to be there for like a full week, for 7 days. And I know there's going to be problems. I know, because like, I've been talking to Moxie on text and audio for 4 years now. And the man just, he's hard to get along with. He's really hard to get along with. So I know that when I get there, it's going to be like, I'm going to have to like, fucking be agreeable enough, because I'm going to be living there for a week. It's going to be up to him whether I sleep and eat. So I'm going to have to like be nice to Moxie. It's really like, it's causing me a lot of
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, good. What's up?
How did you feel in that moment? Were you uncomfortable?
It was okay. I was just kind of talking about how it's going to be hard for me to meet you in real life, and how that's probably going to like erupt into some sort of like unsolvable conflict.
It's going to be ridiculous. Yeah.
I'm kind of excited because part of it, like, it feels like Like the conflict could be good for what we're making.
It's going to be very creative. It's going to be creative force. We're going to use that.
Yes.
Yeah, we're going to make
okay.
some shit.
We're gonna use it. Okay, good. Do you agree? Do you think we should do a live show where you're like cooking or building things in the background? Does that sound like an idea?
Yeah, dude, you can do whatever the hell you want. We could live stream the zine shit. We could live stream cooking. We could live stream basically anything. Like, you know, I've got the gear. I've got decent internet. We can do whatever, dude.
That's what I was thinking. We're gonna be printing the zine when I'm there, and so we should do a live stream that's like about the zine, but also you're gonna be cooking my dinner the whole time.
Yeah, well, I don't know. The zine takes like 2 or 3 days to actually print and process, dude. Dinner takes one night. Yeah, you're in for a world of hell. You're gonna see what I go through.
All right. You had time now to think about what you were going to talk about. Now that you've pissed.
Yeah, what were we talking about? Drugs?
Self medication. Whether you know, like what is the value or whatever the opposite of value is to self medicating?
I think it really depends on what sort of self medication you're doing, because it's like if you're going for drugs, shit like that, or are you going for herbal shit? You know, like when I get sick, you know, I take vitamin C. I just like chug down hot sauce and shit like that. Mm-hmm. Hot sauce, lemon, whatever. That is self medication. That's like those old folk remedies or whatever. Mm-hmm. That seems fine to me.
But what about mental problems? Like you're talking about that for when you're getting physically ill.
Yeah.
You ever have like your own? What's your personal regimen for when Moxie Famous is feeling a little overwhelmed? Come on, you must feel that.
Yeah. I take the day off and I go out hiking and walking all day. Physical fitness. If I'm feeling down, it's because I'm not getting out and I'm not moving enough. I think it was like 3 weeks ago, I was like feeling really down, had a bunch of shit going on. I just took a day off and I hiked 25 miles. Jesus, that's what I did. Christ. That kind of reset me. I went to bed that night. I was tired, woke up the next day early, got going again. For me, like physical fitness is like the main thing that keeps me on track mentally, and mostly mentally, but physically too, but mostly mentally.
And you're a big walker. You're into walking. Is that like is it helpful, like just because you're out there you can kind of let your mind wander?
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's one of the things. Like I'm way more creative and more just thinking about shit when I'm out and about. Like there's stuff which I thought up when I was in my teens doing the landscaping or whatever, and I would just be like, you know, planting little bits of mondo grass, you know, for like 5-6 hours straight, tufts of mondo grass, and I would just like be thinking about shit, and I would think it over. I would go home and I'd write it down, or a lot of the stuff on the zine. You know, I like to, if I can, I wake up every morning and I walk. It's usually like 5 to 8 miles when I can. Definitely back in California when the weather was good all the time, I would wake up and walk down to a local Safeway. It was like 5 miles. If I took a deviation, it'd be 7 miles. I did that every day. And I thought up most of the shit that I wrote for the zine then. Like most ideas I get is when I am out, you know, out and about, being physical. That is when I do my best thinking. Like if I sit down, I go like, can I think up some weird shit? I can't do it. I'm not going to be able to think up some weird shit. I got to go out and about. You know what I'm talking about? Maybe you don't.
What is like 5 miles though? Is that one way? That's like well over an hour of walking.
Yeah, well, I mean, it would be like round trip. It's
Okay, so that's probably like approximately.
I try to walk when I am not super busy on projects or exhausted. I try to walk 90 minutes, 90 to 100, an hour and a half to 2 hours every day in the morning. I wake up early and I go and I do that shit. And it wakes me up. Like even when I was doing the demolition jobs with the general contractor I was working with, he lived 3 miles away. It took an hour to walk to his place. I'd wake up early and I would walk to his place to meet up with him. Then we'd drive to the job site because it was a good way of waking up and like loosening up my body so you don't injure yourself. I would walk 3 miles to go meet this guy, work like a 10-hour day, pulling out kitchens and shit, go back to his place, walk another hour home, 3 miles. That's the way to do it. Like you have to be physically fit, I think, to have good mental health, in my experience.
How does like caffeine figure into that? Because you're a bit of a caffeine hound. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I do love the caffeine. That is one of my downfalls.
What's your schedule for that? Like, what's a regular day like in terms of caffeine consumption?
Okay, well, it depends on the day, how I'm feeling, because caffeine also works very well with ibuprofen for anti-swelling properties.
Oh.
So a lot of times if I am working very hard and I'm stiff and I'm sore, I'll get up in the morning. I've got an alarm for 6 a.m. and there's a couple different stores I will go to depending on if they have a sale going on, or I will go to a vending machine which has Venom, which is $1. That's the cheap one.
That's it's an energy drink, Venom?
Yeah, Venom. It's from the Dr. Pepper 7-Up company. It's actually a very good.
Really?
It's actually a really good energy drink, and it's like $1. It's like printed on the can. It's like 99. Own it for 99 cents or whatever. Venom, I think, is actually a very high quality energy drink for the price point. It's better than that shit they sell at the Dollar Tree. God damn, that shit sucks.
What's that? What do they have a specific Dollar Tree brand, or is it just?
Most of the time, it's Rip It. They got the Rip It drinks. Some of them are okay, but god damn, Venom is way better. But if you can get like Rockstar at the store on sale for like $1, which is pretty common, that's good too. Although Pepsi bought them out recently and they just cocked up everything. So half the shit tastes like shit now. Venom is still good.
I thought you liked Pepsi.
Pepsi is better than Coke, but RC Cola is better, dude.
Okay. All right. All right. But so anyway.
RC Cola is owned by Dr. Pepper 7-Up, who owns Venom. They're just like the best. They're the best soda company in the world, dude.
This is a consistent preference. That's what I like to hear. Wait, so when it comes down to it, it's like you want to go out walking and stuff. Walking is great for letting your mind wander and shit. But also caffeine plays a role. It's sort of do you ever go out walking without the caffeine and you feel like, oh man, it's not the same. I'm not thinking as wildly as I want to.
No, caffeine is mostly a physical thing for me to reduce swelling and and the pain of manual labor. Yeah, I can go without it. I don't need it for creative shit.
No. Beer neither. No. You just have great ideas just walking around. It doesn't matter. You don't need beer or caffeine.
Yeah, I'm a creative dude. I don't need that shit.
Dude, I'm gonna fucking test the veracity of these claims when I am out there. We're gonna find out for real whether you're fucking lying to me or not.
Dude, I'm a goddamn genius, okay? Deal with it.
All right, but what about your other? How do you think about? I mean, you grew up in California. You must have known a whole host of mentally ill people. Like,
Yes, yeah.
how were they? Do you find that they were self-medicating or getting treatment through, like the psychiatric institution, or do you have any kind of feelings on that subject?
Yeah, it seems like a lot of people are in therapy and because they think they're supposed to be. And then they don't actually really try very hard to fix their problems. They just try to understand them. Like they don't try to improve themselves. They try to have some sort of understanding of who they are and why they are the way they are. And then they just keep paying out the ass for therapy to talk about it instead of trying to fix it. Same thing with, I knew a lot of people who did drugs, Personally, I'm not a drug dude. I mean, I drink, I do the caffeine thing. I smoke tobacco every once in a while. But like when it comes to drugs, even marijuana, I've known people who have kind of destroyed their lives going into that shit.
Like down the unproductive route, just like you start smoking weed every day, and then all of a sudden, like you don't really feel the need to progress.
Yeah, it's interesting because there are some, I know some weed bros, like one of my childhood friends I knew him for 15, 16 years or whatever, and then got into weed, which led into doing, LSD and all these acid, all the, other crazy drugs, and just fried his brain. Whereas I also know another person who I worked with on AV jobs who smoked weed all day, every day, constantly. And he's one of the coolest, most chill people I know who is not a cock up, he is an example of a functional weed bro. But he's the only one that I knew. Most of the people I know who got into weed and then further drugs just kind of got more, they just got more crazy. And also another thing is in California, weed is a big thing. Everyone's into that shit. Okay, I get it. But it's also not for everyone, there are physical differences for people, mental differences. Because, I have a buddy who did weed one time, and it really just broke his mind. He was out running in the forest and completely out of the world, bullshit, totally insane. And that happened a couple of times. He did that once out in the forest. All that shit happened. He did it once at a convention where he was doing music. He was playing music for it, and he took weed once there, and they had to call in an ambulance and put him on a stretcher because he was so out of it. For him, his brain does not work with weed. And for me, I've tried it a few times. It's basically been middling at best, or the very last time I tried it, I had a tonic seizure where I totally blacked out, smashed my head on the kitchen tile, my back, I stressed the muscles there so much that they tore, and I could not do anything for 3 weeks, 3 or 4 weeks. My brain is not made for weed, neither was my friend's. And I feel that's one of the problems is a lot of people who are weed bros, they just want to get high. They don't actually give a shit about the medical shit about it. They'd be like, oh yeah, there's this benefit, there's that benefit. It's dude, just stop bullshitting me. You just want to get high. Admit it. I will accept it. If people say, yeah, I want weed to be illegal because I want to get high, cool. I don't give a shit. Go get high. Do not push it as some cure all for everything, because I have personal experience, and I have close friends who have been through hell and shit because of something as simple as weed, you know? It's not for everyone. And that's okay. You know, if someone like gets benefit from it, fine, great. But don't push it upon everyone and say it's like some cure all, because it's not. Some people have some really nasty shit which goes on with that because they've got cocked up brains.
So if people, I mean, like, people, everybody has got their own, you know, individual problems, but, you know, we all sort of face somewhat similar problems. Like, people are somewhat similarly depressed, like with the way the world is. You know, some of it has to do with our childhood, and some of it just has to do with like how fucking, you know, obnoxious the world is and how it's hard to find your place. What's your opinion then? Does it have to do with how people? What's your opinion on how people deal with this thing? Do you think that people should seek help, and from what sources? And does it come down to like you've just got to kind of find what chemicals work for you without someone's approval? I mean, like, you know, when you're talking about it, it's like exercise, walking around is a great thing for like you know, like relaxing your mind and letting it, you know, wander and kind of like get into a place
It's good for a human being.
Absolutely. But do you think like how do you think people should face that? Should they just walk around? Should they try to seek counseling or therapy? Should they talk to their friends? What should they do? How did you figure out what you did?
I think that that drugs and medical intervention is a last resort, because almost everything, some people do need it for sure. They've got messed up brains, they've got messed up bodies, and they do need it. Most people, I think, just need to be more active and actually pay attention to nutrition. You know, like the body needs certain things. The body is not made to sit at a desk for 8 to 16 hours a day or whatever. You know, it's made to go out hunter gathering and all that. Like it's drugs can be useful for some people, but most people do not need them. They need to be more active, and they need to have better nutrition, not eat McDonald's, not eat some like, you know, top ramen every day. Whatever it is, like pay attention to nutrition and the balance of all that, and go out and be active. And that will do more than most drugs for most people. Some people do need medical intervention. They do have messed up brains and they need something. And those are the people who should have it. Like society at large should not be on antidepressants. That's ridiculous. That's insane. You know?
That's what I feel like, you know,
so, like my opinion is most people should try to be healthy. That's one reason why I don't want to get political. But here we go. That's why I don't think that government provided health care is actually useful, because it does not promote healthy living. It promotes treating symptoms. What we really need is people to actually learn shit in school about how to be healthy, about how to like take care of their bodies. We don't need to know about like whatever the hell Pfizer is trying to pump into our bodies for the rest of our lives, you know? People don't need drugs most of the time. They need to be physically active, and they need to have actual nutrition. They need what the body expects, what the body needs, and no shortcut.
Have you ever heard of the Morton Downey Jr. show?
It sounds familiar, but I don't think I've ever actually listened into
It's like
it.
a show in the 80s. It was kind of like the creation of like what we call trash TV now with like a Ricky Lake or Jerry Springer. But it was like this political show in the 80s where it's just like this guy, Morton Downey Jr., he would come out the beginning of every show start with these big drums like doo, 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 and he would make out with the first hot lady in the audience, and he had this big silver ash bowl that he would, like the set looked like it was out of RoboCop. Really an amazing show. But I remember watching one clip from it at one point, and they had there's a great segment of the show is like the loudmouth podium where people from the audience could ask questions of the people being interviewed, and they would always be really obnoxious about it. And some lady, she's just like seems like some crazy lady, but she made a great point. It's like about healthcare in the 80s, about how premiums for health insurance were going up because of fat people. It's like, maybe if you weren't so fucking fat and ruining, like if you didn't need so much health care, then the rest of us wouldn't have to pay so high a premium for our health care because we're all just like subsidizing your fatness.
Hell yeah.
It's like a sort of thing you don't hear about currently. It's like now it's like we all deserve the most expert amount of healthcare, but like we're not talking about ourselves recently. Like really, like my healthcare needs are not even closely related to someone who's my age and just like living a terrible life.
It's offering your own health to an external, you don't want to give a shit about your own health. You don't want to put in the effort for your own health, and you want to offload it to the government to pay for drugs for you to feel okay about it, which is bullshit. Imagine the costs to our society because people do not want to put in the minimal amount of effort of maintaining their own bodies, their livelihood. Not to get political.
No,
but I don't think this is a political issue. This is just a social issue. People need to take care of themselves. People need to take responsibility for their own bodies. Some people do need outside intervention. They are messed up. They got some sort of disease. They need a drug. Yeah, we can provide that. But the problem is when everyone is just degrading themselves with no effort at a high cost to society. That should not be tolerated. We should that money should go towards people who actually need the care, people who have things which they cannot control. If somebody's drinking a gallon of Coke a day, I don't give a shit about them, That's a choice. And yeah, there isn't
it's not like the country's moral responsibility to make sure that they're okay.
Yeah, it's like there isn't an addictive element to sugar and caffeine and all that sort of shit. I get it. But what we don't do is we don't give people education. We don't give them resources for cutting that shit out. We give them drugs. Right. We just give them name brand drugs paid for by insurance, which skyrockets the price. And
it's not profitable at all for anybody to make people self-sufficient.
Curing shit is not profitable.
It's only profitable to be you have an illness and you must take our prescribed medication for the rest of your life.
Yeah, and at the same time, speaking of mental illnesses, maybe I am mentally ill. I just do not trust medicine. I do not trust authority. I haven't been to a doctor in 15 years. I do not trust them. If something comes up, I look it up. I look up folk remedies. I try things on my own. Try to heal myself through diet and exercise and shit like that. And then, hey, if it's bad enough, I'll go to the doctor. But guess what? It hasn't been bad enough. It just hasn't.
How long have you been without health insurance, Moxie?
I have been without health insurance for, 4 years because I got through my parents before.
Right.
But I haven't been to the hospital since I was, 15. I had to get some shots for some summer camp or some shit.
What do you think about, hey, speaking of not getting political at all, what do you think about the COVID vaccination situation?
You talking about the COVID shit?
So both of us are lucky in the sense that we are not employed traditionally. We have non-traditional employment. You talk about like, oh, I want to be working in a factory because I'm so freaking blue collar.
I do.
But now, like the scenario is like, if you want to work in a factory, you got to comply with the government.
No, if the place I want to go work, which like laminates doors or some shit, they're not going to give a shit. They're going to let anybody work. The people who give a shit about, wearing masks and vaccines and all that, that's like Walmart. That's like multinational companies.
Big
Actually,
corporations.
Locally, the Home Depot put up signs recently saying like, "Hey, wear masks in our stores." Nobody does. That's where I live.
You're safe. You're safe. As long as you're not working for the big multinational corporations, you're good.
I go out, I exercise, have a strong immune system. That's better than wearing some stupid bullshit mask. Not to get political.
I'm going to bring the fucking disease to you, to your home. This is my whole, my alternate goal with this road trip is I'm going to get COVID right at the beginning. And it's going to be the super spreader event of the century.
Hell yeah. Super spread me, baby. Super spread my ass.
Okay. wait. All right, I take it back. All right, Moxie. Hey, it was good talking to you. I'm gonna talk to more people now.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go to the bathroom again. Have fun talking to people.
I wish I could go to the bathroom. All right, see ya, dude.
Peace.
I really do want to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna take calls. Okay, wait. I just turned off Do Not Disturb mode. 518-288-7938. I'm gonna run to the kitchen, grab another beer. Hopefully nobody misses. Oh shit! Fuck! I want this beer. Fuck!
Call from Katie.
Yo, who's this?
Oh my gosh, it's Katie.
Okay, Katie, give me 1 second. I was about to run to the kitchen to grab a beer, but you called in too quick. But I'm gonna do it right now. But it's only gonna take 2 seconds of silence. Okay, you ready?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, and now. Will you?
Hey.
Will you do something? Will you just like keep the audience entertained while I'm gone?
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay, starting now.
I guess I'll read comments. This is so weird without him here. Well, hope everyone's having a good Friday.
Katie, stop. I'm back.
That was so embarrassing.
Katie, this is insane. I'm on my 13th 16-ounce beer or something. I feel fine.
Nice. I wish I was drinking.
What are you doing?
I'm playing a video game.
What game?
Wizard 101.
Wizard 101?
Yeah, it's nostalgic for me. Just something to do.
When did it come out?
Oh my gosh, at least a decade ago. I played when I was 10 years old.
Nice. Okay, Katie, how old are you now?
I'm 23.
Oh wow, okay. That's a reasonable age. All right.
Yeah.
Katie. What's up?
Hi.
Did you want to talk about mental illness in any sort of capacity?
Yeah. I mean, the pandemic has really skyrocketed people's depression and just made everyone feel more isolated. So it's easy to get stuck alone with your thoughts, everyone at home now, or, not now, but, last year. But
are you feeling that particularly?
I definitely did, especially since I had my last year of college during the pandemic. That was rough, and I even opted to live alone. But I had my dog with me, so that was good. But
All right.
Yeah,
But you're in a
that
highly
was-
isolated environment. What you were doing all your classes like online for your last year?
Most of them. And the ones that were in person, they only met like once or twice in person a week, and then once or twice or online. So it was like a hybrid course. But yeah, it was just weird, like everyone got to wear masks, and it's like, whoa, everything's different. And now we're so used to it. Now we're like, oh, that person doesn't have a mask on. It's weird. But
What do you think? What
Yeah.
are you were you ready to freaking judge those without masks? You think like that's the problem? Those are the people right there. They're killing us.
no, I don't judge anyone because I know everyone has different opinions, but I like to breathe, and I find that hard with most masks. So I don't really get out as much as I want to, especially since I just moved across the country. All my friends are back home in New England, so yeah,
Are you going to school on the other side of the country or what?
No, I'm gonna look for a job. I just moved down to Texas for family reasons, but yeah, fresh start. And it's a bit more open down here, but
You got family in Texas?
yeah, my mom's side of the family.
Wait, you're not. I first of all, I apologize so much if this is wrong because I think I am wrong. You're not Catholic Joe's ex-girlfriend, right?
I am.
Dude, Katie. Okay, it is this Katie. All right, nice. Okay,
Yeah.
then I take back my apology. All right, that's why you're in Texas. It's all coming
Yeah.
back to me. Okay, good. You got family in Texas. You got family in New England. We
Yeah.
haven't heard from Catholic Joe in so long. Katie, like, what's going on? Can you say something to him for us? Would that be awkward?
Can't. Something happened, but it's not my place to say. So
Whoa.
I don't even know.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Is Catholic Joe okay? Can you just tell us that
I hope
much? Is he
so.
alive? What the fuck? What?
He's alive. Oh, God. I'll just say that we're not on speaking terms. But
Okay, anyway.
it's not what you
forget
think.
about Catholic
Like, something
Joe.
happened that none of you could guess. But yeah, I wish him well.
Okay.
I don't even know if he's listening to these anymore.
Don't
His life
say
got
that. Don't say
complicated.
that.
I'll just say.
Don't say
But-
that. All that keeps me going is thinking that Catholic Joe is at least listening. Okay, but anyway.
Sorry, I'm
We'll get
reading
off,
some of the
we'll,
comments.
no, we'll
They're
get off
funny.
Catholic Joe. No, I just thought it was funny because I really thought there was like a 2% chance that you were the right Katie, but you really were. Okay, good. Anyway, forget about Catholic Joe. No one cares. He's a guy.
Trying to, yeah.
Okay. Nice. All right, so you're in Texas now. You're out of college then?
Yep. Gonna look for a job. To be honest, kind of procrastinating applying. I'm just really busy with family business.
And
Yeah.
They've got
We're-
properties that you keep
Yeah.
clean and thus and otherwise, yeah. I got a great
yeah,
memory.
and one property we're renovating the hell out of it. Like, we have to take out 5 different walls, a huge part of the ceiling, a lot of the floor in the porch room, and have to redo all the plumbing, all the electric, whole new HVAC system, and a whole new kitchen. So there's a lot of work. So I guess that's my excuse for not being so good with applying for jobs lately. But I'm just getting my hands dirty.
You've got okay.
Doing all the, yeah.
You got your
I'm
hands
excited
full.
to rip out a wall next week, though.
Dude, demolition is fun.
Oh,
My
yeah. I'm
parents
just
just
gonna take
moved
a
into a
hammer and
house. Yeah, they were
go
taking
at
out
it.
all kinds of walls. I was smashing up there was like they had a foyer in my parents' new house, and there was like a flagstone foyer, and I was
Mm-hmm.
smashing it all up. Great fun.
Where am I from?
No, I said great fun.
Oh, my ears didn't work. Okay.
Katie, Jesus.
I was like, wait.
All right, so then how are things going for you? You're outside of college now. This is a particularly sort of dude, I can hear myself, like I hear this droning noise coming from your phone, and it's me.
Oh.
Can you the audience can hear this, like I sound like a fucking like Peanuts like parent.
That's weird. Like through my phone?
Yeah, I can hear me going ba 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 ba.
Oh, that's so weird.
All right, anyway. I'll try to
I
stop
hear you
getting
perfectly.
All right,
I
good.
muted my laptop.
I'll stop being distracted by it then. I'll just ignore it. So what is causing you trouble then? Is it just like you being out of college, you don't know what to do? You want to join the family biz? Do you want to do your own thing? Like what's causing trouble for you right now?
And this is where I just freeze because I'm so used to living my life thinking, okay, I got school. I want to go to school, like from college for 4 more years. And then now that I'm like, wait, I'm out of school. Wow, my life is more free. What do I do with it? I just decided to escape Massachusetts. Oh shoot.
Yeah, we know you're from Massachusetts. We got people patrolling the whole state now. We're gonna find out where you were.
Jeez.
Got people
I'm tired,
asking,
okay?
Yo, did Katie
I'm
used to live in
exhausted.
this place?
I'm exhausted. It's so hot down here. Like in Texas, it's like 100 degrees every day, and I'm doing labor every day, so it just slipped. But I'm not there anymore, so you won't find me. Ha. But yeah, I just wanted to get out and start a new slate in life, Yeah, just planning kind of spontaneously. But yeah, having work to do to get my mind off things. Yeah, there was some things that happened after I graduated this semester, and I just had to, just move across the country. My mental health wasn't that great. There was a little series of things, like between like the last time I called in, and I really wanted to call in for the injuries. Oh my gosh, I got a whole story.
You got injured?
Oh yeah. It's actually the injury pretty much was the main reason that led to Joe and I breaking up 2 years ago. But
what?
Yeah, it's a huge story. Well, it's not huge or long, but
Will you tell us? Can we know?
I'm sorry, I'm so tired right now.
It's up to you. It's up to you, Katie. I'm not forcing this.
Yeah, I was in an accident. I was at the coast, standing on a huge rock jutting out of the water, facing inland. Maybe it was a photo shoot, but I was not looking towards the water. And all of a sudden, so I'm standing on a 10-foot high rock, right, 10 feet above the water level. All of a sudden, a rogue wave comes, and it is 20 feet tall. And it totally lifts me up, like crashes into me. I hit like a rock wall cliff. Well, I hit another rock, and I almost drowned.
My God.
Yeah, so that was very unsafe of me to just stand out there. But
And
yeah, the
Catholic
wave
Joe
hit.
saw that and he was like, I can't respect a person who almost drowned.
No, he was back home, so he wasn't there. But
Okay.
I called him and told him because I was in shock. I'm like, hey, I'm bleeding all over, and I guess I don't know. He seemed kind of chill about it. He didn't really realize how bad the injuries were. And at the time, I thought I was just scraped up, but I was in shock. So there was a lot of adrenaline rushing through me. And a week later, my shin bone keeps swelling, and then it slowly started getting like really heavy and really hurt to stand on it. And both my hips were entirely numb, like all my entire hips were numb. And then a month after the accident, I was just still in a lot of pain, but I realized that there's definitely something wrong with my shin. And I'm just surprised how long it took for me to realize the injuries were that bad. But I had severe nerve damage in my shin, and I still do. 2 years later, I get knife shooting pains up my leg, my shin bone. But both my hips, I had busted the protective sac, and it's called what is it called? The bursa sacs in my hips. I don't know. So, you can Google it, but there was just inflammation. So I was just in a lot of pain, and that was like a year. Like my last year of college was just really tough because it hurt to sit down, walk, stand up, or even lay down because I'm laying on my hips, right? But it was just a whole mess, and that was in the summertime. Then my injuries got worse in the winter, so it just my mental illness, going back to the topic, my mental health was just really plummeting. And Joe tried to be there for me, but I think, there was a whole lot of stuff going on. But I guess I got too depressed to be in a relationship by then, even though we had already been going out for almost 2 years at that point, I think. Yeah.
So you're in this scenario, your mental health was very, very much tied to your physical health. Like you went through an extreme change in how you were able to like interface with the world physically, and that caused a mental break in some way.
Oh my gosh. And I kept having, and so I never had anxiety attacks. Well, actually, wait, no, I have. Not as bad though since this accident. Like I really got into a really dark mindset, because I strive. Like I almost played volleyball for my college, right? And I just didn't. So I really looked forward to playing. Like actually, I played 6 different intramural sports, but and that was what I looked forward to socialize. But with my injuries, I couldn't even run. I couldn't even jog. So I quit all that. I quit all my clubs. I quit a lot of things just to focus on my health. And I bought a puppy. So, I got a puppy. Like, he saved me. So, my little puppy.
Well, where? How do you feel now? Like, where are you now? Like, have you been able to recuperate, or is this something you're still really struggling with?
I've gotten a lot better. It's taken a lot of energy though, because you can just stay where you're at in a dark mindset, or you can put your mind to it and say, okay, I'm going to invest some energy into myself, like just start with the small things. And it's taken a lot of ups and downs lifting myself out of that, so and I hope I can keep my head above the water. But I kind of did rely on Joe for because we still talked, and that was one of the things that happened after college. Like, I lost him. He's not dead, everybody. I saw the comments. We are not in touch anymore, so I kind of lost my best friend.
So he could be dead. He could be dead.
Yeah. He could be.
We don't know for sure.
No. I would know. But yeah.
Was there what was the sort of feeling like? What were you really reckoning with by yourself? Like the idea that like you might not be able to like just be your normal self anymore, or like what was causing you so much pain?
With the injuries and stuff.
Yeah, like
Throughout school.
what did it have to do with like you not feeling like you could be your normal self? Like you had to change the way that you were to accommodate this, or was it that you had to just like be incredibly strong to push past it, or?
Yeah, because even before the accident, I've always kind of been depressed at like a constant, steady level, kind of, since like high school started and stuff. But I wasn't really doing well, I guess, because I had studied abroad a year. Actually, no, wow, 6 months. But I studied abroad earlier in college, and I learned some pretty valuable lessons the hard way when I was first drinking. It was before I turned 21. So my first time I drank, I was actually studying abroad in London. So, I went to clubs, and I was still in a relationship with Joe, but it's just like my friend groups dragged me out. Europeans, they have a different culture. Like, they love to have fun and stuff and drink. I don't know, it's just different. I never really, because clubs are way better over in London, I have to say. Well, I haven't been to too many clubs in the U.S., but I don't know, I just got dragged into a lot of fun things and learned lessons the hard way. That's all I'll say. But, yeah, guys can be touchy.
Mysterious.
Yeah, but
I've never been to a club anywhere. I hear about women going to clubs, and I think, God damn them! Stop going to clubs,
definitely watch
women.
your drinks. Watch your drinks. But yeah, I. Why did I mention London in the first place? My depression was just getting worse after that. But then the accident happened, and I was so nervous already with entering my last year of college. And then the wintertime came, and, up in New England, the snow is just, cold. Like, I love skiing, but it's still freaking cold. But yeah, just all these factors just hit me at once, and my classes were so hard. And I was so nervous because my senior project was kind of a disaster at first. Like, it was really up in the air. Didn't really have any concrete plan or steps where to start. But just everything hit me at once, and I needed chronic pain was also getting to me because it was every day, every minute there'd be my hips were cramping up from sitting down, and oh my gosh, I couldn't even drive for more than 20 minutes at a time because, my hips would just cramp up, and my friends kept calling me old lady because old lady hips. But just a lot of teasing too that I didn't okay, it's funny at first, but then it just got old, and my injuries never really healed. I got more depressed, and then I just stopped taking care of my injuries. I went to 8 different doctors and specialists. They all told me that, sorry, we can't help you after so many MRIs and x-rays. So I just got even more depressed because I was like, what doctors? I went to a really, really good doctor, and even they can't help me. So you can't really do much with nerve damage. Just take it easy and wait 5 years before it gets better. So I have a couple more years before my nerves will be fine, hopefully. So I am kind of clumsy, and I did hit my shin the other day. But.
So where are you at now then? Are you continuing to see people to talk to about this, or are you taking medication? Or how are you continuing to deal with this as it gets further away, but it's still relevant to your
lingering.
life? Yeah, exactly.
Thankfully, it's not everyday pain. It's just a little discomfort rather than, oh my God, everything hurts no matter what I do. I still get occasional pains, but they're not as bad. But they still are annoying as hell. Like whenever I'm talking to someone, like this happened so many times. It happened on the date recently, but I would just be talking and then go, ow! Like, sorry if I just yelled in your ear, by the way. I would just be talking and go, ow, 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 ow. Like, depending on how long the pain lasts for in my shin. But it's just really annoying and kind of embarrassing. And one friend, like, I can't control whenever I go ow because it's like a knife in my shin pain. But it bothers me how some people are like, oh, you're just doing that for attention or something. Like, no, I'm not. I really don't want to embarrass myself saying ow all the time. But it's gotten better though. So I still can't run, which sucks because my stamina has gone down the toilet. But I did actually start working out though, so because I wasn't able to work out, which also contributed to more, or it just worsened my mental health too. Because without exercising, my energy levels just kind of became like constant, so it made it harder to sleep. Without exercising, my appetite also went down. So it was just a nightmare. Like I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, didn't have energy all the time. I tried medication and 1 month, 1 month into it, it just made everything worse. So I know this was like talked about earlier in this show or stream, but how taking severe medication and then just stopping it altogether is like really bad. But that's what I did. And it was, it wasn't great. Oh, my mom just came home.
You want to put her on? Should we talk to her?
Yeah, that's fine. No. Hi. Okay. But yeah.
She doesn't want to talk to us?
Oh no.
It's okay.
She wouldn't really understand the concept of the show, I guess. But,
okay. All right, good. That's what I like to hear. Middle-aged people don't get this shit. Well, so then you're not like so you're not dealing with medication currently? It's not. Are you needing regular medical visits to like evaluate where you're at, or?
No, I kind of gave up on doctors. I only really need to go, or I only go if I really have to, and I really don't like medication because unless someone like really, really needs it, you know. But I see it as a Band-Aid on a bullet wound. Like, yeah, it might help some symptoms, but you just gotta focus on the root cause of it. So I've actually been taking lion's mane mushroom supplements because that's supposed to be good for your nerves.
Dude, what?
And I'm just eating. Yeah, it's weird. Okay.
Mushroom supplement, like normal
Yeah,
mushrooms
I don't know,
that
'cause,
are part of food, or like just druggy mushrooms.
No. It's a supplement. It doesn't make you hallucinate or whatever at all. I've just been trying any natural health stuff I could find or research and then try, but just to like help put whatever nutrients that might help my shin into my body. I don't know. Natural health is cool. Yeah, kind of been on doing natural health for a while, and yeah.
How do you feel as a sort of, you know, wrapping this up here, like a final question, but you've got a physical problem here. This is like something that is clearly a physical event caused this, but it's because it's lasting, you know, it's got like these mental side effects or like long-term effects that are mental, like, you know, you might feel like less able,
it constantly
or
drains my energy.
Right. Exactly. Do you feel like with those mental side effects, is it worth Do you think there is any avenue worth pursuing, whether it's therapy or counseling or like psychiatric sort of medicine? You seem sort of like against unnecessary medicine, but like I guess like what does it come down to for you? Like, is this something that you feel like you have to overcome by yourself? Is it something that like you are comfortable seeking others, like, you know, opinions, or like how do you foresee yourself dealing with this for the rest of your life? Is this something you gotta just like figure out for yourself, or is it something that you think that like you will need to like really reckon with in a medical sense? Like you're gonna need trained professionals or something to like tell you what to do?
Yeah. Well, many doctors already told me that, like, face to my face, like they couldn't do anything. So after a lot of that, and I did try 3 different types of, or not 3 different types, 2 different types, but 3 different places for physical therapy. And one physician's advice really hit me, because she knew like many people who had nerve damage. She said that really all you can do is just wait. Like I said, oh, okay, like a couple months or a year. She said, usually 5 years. I'm like, what? I can't run for 5 years. But knowing that, I don't know. I just kind of rely on time, and I'm just thankful to be alive and walking with not being paralyzed, because hitting rocks was awful. Like I got a lot of skin cut off, but I only told you half the story. Oh, okay.
Tell me the other half. What happened?
Yeah, sorry, my mind's going everywhere. Well, I'm a twin, an identical twin, and yeah, everyone's like, oh, can you read each other's minds, or can you feel whenever someone else is in pain? Well, the wave hit me at 7:30 p.m., around sunset time, right? The wave hit me then at 7:30, and the ambulance was called for me at 7:31. Well, an hour and a half away at my sister's work, she was working as a receptionist at a hotel or something, and all of a sudden at 7:30, she immediately falls to the floor hyperventilating, and hyperventilates for like another 2 hours, or until she got to the hospital, because the ambulance was also called for her at 7:31.
Wow.
So at the very same, and we've never had hyperventilating panic attacks out of the blue like that. And I've never been like severely injured before, so this is like a first happened at the very same minute, same day, to my sister and I. And it's really funny, because my mom took my sister to the hospital. My dad was in a different state, but I called my dad because he had medical experience, and my mom was nearby my sister, so she was driving my sister to the hospital, and I had just called my dad and said, hey, I'm all scraped up. Do I really need to go to the hospital and pay for that bill? If it's just scrapes and bruises, which I didn't know my injuries were worse at the time. I thought it was just bleeding. Right. And he said, no, we can take care of you at home. Like, we have gauze and stuff. So right after I called my dad, he called my mom and said, hey, da-da-da. And for 2 minutes, they thought they were talking about the same twin. Like, my mom said, like, yeah, don't worry, I'm taking her to the hospital. And my dad was like, wait, her? No, I'm talking about this one. Like, she's in an ambulance right now, wondering whether she should go to the hospital. My mom's like, no, I'm driving her to the hospital. So it was really funny when they told me that conversation. But
that's crazy.
Yeah,
that was your first.
Never had a twin experience like that.
That's amazing. Yeah, that was your first time that you ever had like the Uber connection that people talk about.
Yeah, the same exact minute. And there was like a full moon and stuff. So I'm not really into like zodiac or whatever stuff, but I'm interested in it now. Like wondering, like, wait, what happened? Like, that's too much of a coincidence for me to. I don't know.
Yeah,
It was
I
pretty
mean
cool,
the same minute of the same day, like
Yeah.
and hundreds of miles apart. That's insane.
Yeah, and we've been perfectly, well, not perfectly, but like pretty much healthy up until then. And 2 years later, I'm still in chronic pain from that. And she actually fell to the floor because heart problems. And to this day, she's still kind of having heart problems. So it's like, will we ever heal? But it was just really weird.
Wow.
Really weird.
That is very, very strange. All right, hey Katie, thank you so much for calling in. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
Call in.
Thanks for listening to my
anytime.
long story, but-
Anytime there's a topic you want to talk about. It's great to talk to you.
Yeah, you too.
All right, I'm gonna let you go now.
All right.
Have a great weekend.
All right. Thank you. You too.
All right, bye. Dude, that is some weird fucking shit. Fucking twin shit. Fucking waves crashing on the rocks. Whoa. I don't know. It just makes me want to not ever do anything. I'm just going to stay right here where I'm safe and sound. I'm going to sit perfectly still in my chair for the rest of my life. So I don't ever have to deal with any of this shit ever. But I don't have any twins either, so who knows. All right, anyway, that's the whole fucking show. I'm gonna stop right now. All the music from the show has been from Tobokigao. Tobokigao. Their Bandcamp is listed in the description of the show, of this video. The HUD, the little animated HUD that you're looking at is from Slouch. The link to his channel is in the description of this video. The images you're seeing on the slideshow are all submissions to the Mighty Lighthouse, which the Mighty Lighthouse is a community project. It's a zine. It's a small printed zine, and just about finished it today. I'm going to be printing it, or Moxie Famous is going to be printing it in a week or so when I come and see him, and I'm going to be mailing it out when I get back from this little road trip that's going to be going on for the first couple weeks of September. Thanks for listening, everybody. Gonna play a couple more songs from Tobokigao to close us out, and then that's that. Thanks for calling. Thanks for listening. Appreciate it. If you enjoy the music, go to their Bandcamp and buy it or some shit. All right. See ya in a couple weeks.